more videos, but we'll see. This will be video number 1, and we are gonna make your first quilt together. All right, so this is kind of what it looks like.
Hmm. Oh, why did it keep... I hit that button like 4 times. It didn't work till right now. Let's turn that down. We are clipping. Okay. All right, all right. Gain is something I don't know anything about. All right. So is it to the... Oh, that's higher gain. Okay. That's lower. And you can't hear me near a certain point consistently. All right. How are we doing? That is still not clipping. Looks good until I get excited. We'll try that. All right. Ah, let's quilt. All right. So we're gonna listen to a video first, just to get anyone on the same page. I've listened to these, but I'm to the point where I'm just cutting. But I want to listen to this again. I only listened to it one time, so I want to make sure I actually like retain everything.
One of those daunting steps right out of your first quilt and use a pre-cut. That will allow us to just get right to sewing.
Excuse me.
So that's what we're gonna do for this first video. We're gonna get this top sewn together. Your first quilt. It's gonna be super fun. And then I'm gonna show you how to baste it and quilt it and bind it and all that good stuff. But I'm gonna walk you through really slow. So this
Talk to me
is going to be a series meant
about the
for
levels
those of you that have always wanted to learn how to make
of
quilts.
everything
And
layered.
so this is going to be like absolute beginner. I'm going to go super, super slow. I also wanted to tell you guys about my 5 Days to Better Quilting free mini class. So this is a little mini class I've offered for a long time, but in case you haven't seen
and I
it,
plugged that, I
it's
guess,
called
right?
5 Days
It's only
Better Quilting.
fair.
So that's the number 5 daysquilting.com. And I've had this available for a while. I just went back in and
How
made
am
sure that
I
all the videos
compared
are working and all the
to
emails
the video?
are
I'm
good.
louder, right?
It has so much information, and I still regularly get emails from people letting me know how much they enjoyed the little class and how much they learned.
Oh my god, my
So
chat's not
if
working
you're a
again.
beginner quilter, that is also a great resource for you
How
guys.
did we
I
do
have
this?
lots of like the list of good fabric
me
manufacturers
text
and tools that you might want to
Brian.
invest in and all kinds of things. So definitely check that out. Again, 5 daysquilting.com. But let's jump right in. I've got a nice beginner tutorial for you. Let's make your first quilt. Hey everyone, so today's video is going to be how to make your very first quilts. So I'm going to walk you through all the steps, and my biggest recommendation when you're making your very first quilt is to start with the charm pack. So we are going to be making a basic patchwork small quilt, nothing too unmanageable. So I want you to find a charm pack, and charm packs are 5-inch squares, and they're already pre-cut for you in the entire line of fabric. So there's lots of them to choose from.
Oh, here, let me
I'm going to actually be
kind of
using this
lay this out for a
from
second
the
here.
fabric line Catterday. So that's what it's going to look like.
So
But
I got
any
all these
other
for the quilt.
charm pack that you would like to use, pick one out. They should have about 42 pieces in there. They're all about the same size.
They're so pretty.
So find one of these, and then we will head over to the sewing machine. So actually, before we head to the sewing machine, we want to do our layout. So we want to take this apart and find a dining table, a floor, clean surface of some kind to lay out your fabric. So play around with your layout, and as long as you have 42 squares in your charm pack, I want you to arrange it so that you have 6 squares across and 7 squares going down. So go ahead and get your layout figured out, and then we're gonna organize everything and head over to the sewing machine. The great thing about the charm packs is that they're pre-cut for you, so that takes a whole step out. When you're very first getting into quilting, it's a great start. Okay, so here's my layout. I just did this on the floor of my sewing room, so you don't need anything super fancy. Now I'm going to show you how to organize your stacks of fabric. That way you can take everything over to the sewing machine and you won't have to keep getting up and down. The first thing that you want to do though is take a picture, because inevitably my cat comes along and knocks over a stack or something happens, and this way you'll just have a backup plan so that you can refer to it in case you need to. This also helps you sort of determine if you want to change anything in your placement. For example, you know, I'm okay with this, but this is a little bit of a solid block down here. I maybe would want to move some things around.
We can edit this.
So you can kind of check it out that way. All right, so this is how I like to organize my stacks, and if you find a different way of doing it that works better for you, feel free to do that instead. So what I like to do is take 2 columns at a time. So I place right sides together. So right side.
Oh, this is past the quilting part, isn't it? Past the cutting part, isn't it?
And then
we're gonna have to move on to politics soon.
From the top going down. So then I will know that I need to sew along this right edge, and that this is the top fabric of columns 1 and 2.
Oh, you know what? I wasn't
so then
gonna
what I'll do
start
is I'll
with her
go
video.
and do the same thing on.
That's right. Is this not it? quilting tutorial. I think it's just the same person, right? Yeah. I know I found this other video earlier. No. Can't find it. Let me see where it was. Is this it? I think this was it. Yes, it was. Missouri Quilt Co.com. Why is it so hard to find these same videos? Sorry, quilting. Videos. Why did? Oh my gosh. Welcome to quilting. Look at that. Triple play quilt tutorials. Triple play quilt tutorials. Missouri Star is the channel, okay?
Hi, I'm Jenny from the Missouri.
You're very loud, Jenny. That was very loud. Okay. Lists. I'm so mad. I have this on my phone and I can't find it. I'm gonna have to copy this. I can't copy that. What the heck? You didn't get it? It's very stuck. Jeez. Welcome to quilting. Why can't I find their videos? Oh, is this it? Huh, interesting. Okay, so it's not really chronological like I wanted, but it's kind of what I was looking for. Tutorials by Jenny. No. No, thanks. Interesting. That's all we're gonna get. Right, so we'll start with this. Here we go. We'll use this girl. This person.
Hi everybody, welcome to Quilting 101. I'm Natalie with Missouri Star Quilt Company, and today we're going to talk about some quilters lingo. Often when you're reading a pattern or getting ready to quilt, you'll see things like WOF or RST or LOF, and so today we're going to talk about that. So WOF stands for width of fabric, and I have a piece of fabric here. So fabric comes on the bolt typically folded in half, and the edges are going to have this edge that's got little holes in it, and that's from where they tack it down as it's running through the machine to get whatever dye or print is put on it. So these are the selvage edges. And one of the selvage edges is going to have information that's pertinent to the fabric. It'll have the manufacturer,
I guess I could do that,
the
huh?
line, the designer, the pattern number, and often the colors that are in it. Sometimes you'll see a bunch of little colored dots or flowers, however they do it. And those will be some of the base colors that you can use.
Can I call?
Fabric, which is actually
Jeez,
really
babe.
cool when you're trying to figure out what solids to use.
I was muted. Okay, good.
So anyways, this section between your selvages is your width of fabric. That typically also, just so you know, runs between 40 and 45 inches. It's smaller on batiks and larger on other fabrics, and it can vary from manufacturer to manufacturer. So don't stress too much about it, but if you're measuring for a pattern, we typically measure around 40 inches just to make sure that we have enough to finish our project. We'd rather have a little bit left over to throw in our
I need
stash
just
than have
white
not
cotton
enough
machine
width.
fabric, machine
So that is a
thread.
good rule of thumb on width
That's
of
it.
fabric, and I hope that helps. Okay, so now we're going to talk about length.
No, I don't need anything
So length of
else. I
fabric
mean, I
is
need
the
some
length of
fabric, but I don't
fabric
know what I
across
and
the
some
bolt.
batting, but I don't know what I need
We
yet.
typically sell
I
in
guess if
yardage
you can
amounts,
find
which is
like
36
batting
inches.
spray, but like don't worry about it.
If you're buying per meter, it's 0.9.
I know, you'd have to ask somebody. Don't worry about it.
Same as a yard.
It's expensive. It's like
that,
15
that
bucks.
should help
Just
you
the
with
thread
that kind
spray.
of conversion. 36 inches, we typically divide by 4. So if you're getting 3/4, it's 27. A half is 18, and
Ask
a quarter
somebody.
is 9
Yeah.
inches. And
I would love
LOF
PDQ. Yeah, just
stands
a
for length of
okay.
fabric.
I love you.
The other thing that you might need to know about that is sometimes a pattern will say cut length of fabric, and that just means that they want you to make the cut along the length. And then if it says cut width of fabric, that's going to be selvage to selvage. So that's how those work when you're reading a pattern, and it's typically talking about your borders or your binding, and that will depend on a lot on the print of the fabric that you're using too. So that hopefully helps. Another thing that we see is RST, which stands for right sides together. So what that means is that your fabric typically has a right side, which is the pretty or printed side, and a wrong side. And you'll see wrong side listed as WST, and that's just, you know, the R stands for right and the W stands for wrong. And so that can come up when you're putting two pieces of fabric together. Most often you'll see right sides together because we want our seams to be on the inside of our fabric, and when you turn it right side out, the seam will hide inside the fabric on the wrong side. So that's what that means. Okay, so now we're going to talk about cutting and subcutting. This is a term you'll see frequently in your patterns or on videos. And sometimes the word subcut can be a little bit confusing. So the first cut that's mentioned is cut. There's just cut the fabric. And that almost always is a width of fabric cut. So I'm going to fold my fabric because my ruler's not that long and line it up on my cutting mat. Before I cut, I'm going to straighten my beginning edge so that it's nice and straight. And so we're going to pretend that the pattern told me to cut a 5-inch strip and then subcut that 5-inch strip into 5-inch squares. So what that means is first I'm going to make a 5-inch strip cut. This is the width of fabric. I'm going to slide the fabric out of the way. Now I'm going to turn this strip that I cut.
Let's send it.
And I'm going to subcut.
Right, and we send this to ourselves in
All that
Discord. I
means is
can't believe I didn't think of that.
You've made one cut one direction, and then subcut is just cutting the other direction. I use both my cutting mat and my ruler to make my cuts because that way I know for sure that everything is really square. So I'm going to trim off my selvage edge because I want a nice clean edge, and you don't typically want your selvage in your squares when you're quilting. So to subcut, I'm going to line it up. I'm making sure that my ruler and my mat is all in the 5-inch because that's what the pattern told me to do. Subcut 5-inch squares.
Okay, here we
So
go.
we subcut. You can move that
I'm gonna be
aside
smart.
and
I'm
continue
so
subcut.
smart. shake-ups. Okay, we'll try this one. Here we go.
As easy as that.
Or not. Oh my gosh.
And just another little helpful hint.
Here we go.
You can get 4. Because it's folded in half,
Hi everybody, it's Jenny from the Missouri Star Quilt Company. Welcome to our beginner series.
All right.
I put out a new
next
quilting
thing that
video
we're gonna talk
every
about
single
is
Friday,
layering
and
out
I
the
want you to
block.
know
So
just
I've
how
made a
easy
little
it
block
is.
here.
In the following videos, we're
a
going to
term
go
that
through
you'll see
everything
in your
from
pattern
thread,
pretty
rotary
fast.
cutters, fabric,
Sorry.
and your machine.
To
So hang with
12
us,
and a half,
and
or
pretty
square
soon you're
to
going to know
5, whatever
everything that I
size.
know.
Where's the video? Oh, this is what I need.
Hi everybody, it's Jenny, and in this video we are going to talk
I feel like
all
she's
about
super
fabric.
loud, but let
When
me
you
know if
begin
she's too
quilting,
soft.
the
If
one
anybody's
thing
listening.
you can't do without is fabric. So let's go over some of the options that are out there. Now, in the old days, people made quilts to keep warm, and they made their quilts out of anything they could get their hands on. Old clothing, scraps. They didn't care what kind of fabric they were using. And when you start, you may want to try on some of those things as well, just to see if you're going to like it. But once you get quilting, you need to know a little bit more about fabric. So fabric generally comes several ways. One of the ways is on a bolt like this. You'll see the information on the end of the bolt and the company that makes it, and a lot of times the designer's name is written in the selvage right here. Now the selvage edge is the part that they hook to the machine when they actually make the fabric. And when you get the fabric, you can buy different increments and different sizes, and really however much you want. And it just comes like this as running yardage, and you cut the size of the piece you want. There are some other pieces that are particularly popular in quilting. One is the quarter yard and the half yard, and so this is the size of a quarter.
You doing good, YouTube?
Yard right here. It's 9 inches, and it's cut. You get 9 inches wide.
Just doing a great cutting it all the way through. Lady, you're killing me.
Wide by however long your fabric is. It's generally around.
It's not my internet, is it? Too many things up.
Around 42, 40, 45, something like that. And so they're all a little bit different widths, and so I just don't like to say exactly because your fabric may be a different width. So you can get your quarter yards, your half yards, all those yards cut like that. You can also get them in fat quarters. Now a fat quarter means that it's a half a yard of fabric that is cut at the fold. So it's actually a quarter yard, but double the width. And so they call it a fat quarter. And you get those in bundles. You'll see them like this, and you'll think to yourself, what are those? Well, these are 18 by 22 inch pieces, and that's called a fat quarter. Now, my favorite part of the fabric world is that they now come in pre-cuts, which means they're pre-cut. So they have standard sizes. They come in 10-inch packs like this, and you'll want to check to see how many squares are in your pack. Ours generally come 42 pieces in a pack. And so a lot of the fabric designers now are putting their lines into these packs like this, and so you'll get one fabric from the whole line of fabric without having to stack up all those bolts and buy individual yardage. You'll just get one square of each of those in your pack. You can get them in 10-inch squares, you can get them in 5-inch squares, and you can get them in these cute, look at these cute little 2.5-inch squares. And so they're all darling. These are called charms, these are called candies, and these are referred to as layer cakes, but every company has their own name. So if you see something that says stacker, it's still a 10-inch square. Just remember that. So also they come in some strips. So we get 2.5-inch strips and we get 1.5-inch strips. And, you know, I'll say you need, you know, when I'm talking about making a quilt, I'll say you need one packet. There's 40 strips in these, 42 in these. And so you just want to pay attention, because if you have scrap fabric, you can actually cut your own. These are just 2.5-inch strips of fabric. Cut the width of the fabric. Most of our fabric is going to be 100% cotton. The fabric that we quilt with, we want it to be 100% cotton. And so, so if you buy it by the yard, you may want to pre-wash that. I don't pre-wash if you buy good fabric, the dyes are set, you don't really need to pre-wash it. But if you're buying cheaper fabric to get started, because you know you don't want to spend a whole bunch of money, you just want to try it out, pre-wash that fabric. But if you're buying pre-cuts, do not pre-wash them, because they will end up a pile of strings in your washing machine, and that will be terrible. So don't pre-wash your pre-cuts, just your yardage. So I hope that explains the fabric to you. For this next video, we're going to talk all about tools. Hi everybody, it's Jenny, and in this video we're going to talk about all the tools that you need to make a quilt. We're going to start with our sewing machine. To make a quilt, people often ask me, what sewing machine do I need? Really what you need is one that runs. You just need a good straight stitch, and so whatever you have will work. You don't need a special kind, you just need a sewing machine that runs. Now you can sew it by hand. That would make me a little crazy, so a good sewing machine that runs. The next thing we're going to talk about is the cutting mat, because we now cut with rotary cutters. You know, in the old days they used scissors for everything, and we have specialty rotary cutters now that you can use, and it makes it so much faster. But you're going to need a mat, because here's our rotary cutter right here, and if we were actually to cut this on a wood surface or something like that, it would gouge it and and ruin your blade really fast. So you need a cutting mat. And now we're on to our rotary cutter. The rotary cutter has a little blade right in the middle of it like this. This happens to be my favorite rotary cutter because you can use it with either hand. They come in different colors.
Thanks, Jim.
But if you're right-handed or left-handed, it works for you. My other favorite
thing
thing
you're
is
not
the
doing
blade
right
change. On some of the rotary cutters, if you need to change your blade, which you will if you do a lot of cutting, you have to unscrew it and take it off, and it just feels a little more cumbersome. With this rotary cutter right here, you just pull back this lever like this, remove that blade, put your new blade on, stick this right back through the hole, and snap it again. And it's very safe and goes together really quick and easy. So this is my favorite rotary blade. You're going to need a seam ripper because, let's face it, we're all going to make mistakes. So this is a seam ripper right here. And when I'm talking about these things, it's like the sewing machine, the mats, everything. There are just tons of these out there, and you just want to get what is going to make sense in your brain and works for you. This little seam ripper right here, what you're going to do is you're going to slide this little end piece under the stitch you take and just pop that stitch, and it will easily help you take apart if you made a little boo-boo. So you're also going to need thread. We like cotton thread for our quilting. The cotton material and the cotton thread goes together well. And I generally sew, I have a light thread and a dark thread. When I'm quilting, I don't match my thread to the color of the fabric. I actually just use a light or dark thread. We're going to also need some scissors, because you will still need scissors. We just won't use them for the bulk of our cutting. And a good pair of scissors is a must, because there's nothing more frustrating than trying to cut something and having it fold or, you know, not make a good cut. You'll probably need some pins, and I have, as I've gotten older, you know, if I have these longer pins or a pin with a bigger head, it's very helpful to me to be able to pick them up, you know, as your hands don't grasp those tiny little things so well. Also, if you don't want to use pins, or if you, in addition to pins, you can use these little clips. We have these awesome little Wonder clips, and they just grab and hold things together so easily, and they're just, you know, I mean, it's these kind of things where you can see where quilting is moving forward. Now, I want to talk for a little minute about rulers. These are our rulers right here, and they are made specifically for the pre-cuts. There are loads of rulers out there, and I discovered something very important. If you have a ruler and there's so much going on that you have a hard time finding your numbers, or you have to put painter's tape or draw a line, it is not a great ruler for your brain. Take a look at your rulers, because they come in squares, they come in all different size squares, they come in different lengths, all different ones, and just choose one that works really well with your brain. Let me show you how this one works for me, because this is really cool. So because this is made for the charm pack, you can lay this right on the edge. Our charm pack is 5 inches, the ruler is 2.5. So I don't even have to look over, I just lay it on the edge, and I can cut this right in half if I'm gonna make, you know, little squares or a little strip, and it's just so easy. Also, if I'm gonna cut that block diagonally, it's gonna go corner to corner, and it's not a huge big ruler that's gonna get in my way. So now let's talk about our bigger ruler. Our bigger ruler is also set up to work with the pre-cuts. So this is a 10-inch square right here. And again, our ruler is 5 inches, it's half of that. And we are gonna cut right down the middle here, and we don't even have to measure it because we just lay it along the side. It works both ways, and it also works diagonally. So let me show you how we use our rotary cutter to cut this. So when you use a rotary cutter, I'm gonna cut a 2.5-inch strip right here from the edge of my square, and you're going to take and put your thumb on this little button right here and pull back. That opens up the blade. When you're using the rotary cutter, whenever you're done using it, you wanna make sure that you slide that down and close that blade. Don't forget this, because if you knock it off and it hits your foot, it is going to cut. It's a razor blade. And so we're gonna slide this back, and then we're gonna hold this. Now, when I hold my ruler, I put half my hand on the ruler and half on the mat, because I really want it to be steady. You can't just lay this here and cut, because the rotary cutter will push it off.
Is it better to admit you're working?
So you want to put your hand on the ruler, half on, half off, and let's start from this edge right here. Now you see my fingers here pushing down,
Do people like,
and you want to
like
have good
sewing
leverage
ASMR?
like this to cut.
Is that what this
And
is
we're
gonna
just
end up
going to
being?
make sure that
I
our
kinda
blade
like
is
it.
right next to that ruler, and we're just going to
it's me.
slowly cut. You'll want to practice this a few times so that you get really good at making good cuts, because if you have good cuts, you're going to have good seams, and good seams make perfect blocks. So in the next video, we're going to talk about
I always feel like I go
stitching.
live and like
We're
a
gonna start
people
putting those
join,
quilts
and then I
together.
feel like if I like don't get started immediately, everybody's gone. I don't know if that's like, that can't be a me experience. It has to have nothing to do with me, right? People just kind of pop in. If they're not immediately interested, they leave. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, it's true. I have to do something like when I'm at work.
Hi everybody, it's Jenny,
I have
and
to,
let's talk about
I have
starting
to
to
like
stitch
color
your quilt together.
something.
Now, if you've never
journal.
sewn on a sewing machine before, you need to practice, because sewing is just a learned skill, and the more you practice, the better you're going to get. To practice, I like to start with a paper with lines on it, and I take my thread off. Let me show you how this works. I take my thread off, and I just want to sew and see if I can stay on the line.
Jeez.
So my sewing machine is on and ready. I'm going to line this up, and I'm going to put my needle down so that it goes right into the line, and I'm going to lower my presser foot just like this.
Gotcha.
And then I'm going to sew with no thread and just sew straight across the line like this. Now you see a little piece of thread back there, but it's my bobbin thread, and we're not worrying about that. We just moved the top thread off, and you just want to sew along, and once you can stay on the line, Then you know you have good enough hand control.
Seems like this part should be easy,
to
but
stitch
it's
two
actually
pieces of fabric
kind
together.
of not.
Because the fabric that we're stitching, we're just going to do that. We're going to stay on the line. So now that you've mastered sewing a straight line, you want to rethread your machine, and 90% of all sewing machine problems
Hoping to sew tonight, but I doubt it. I've got quite a
threading.
stack.
So if your thread is loopy or bad, just take it out and start over and rethread again. And you should have a book for your machine that shows you how, because that's going to be 90% of your problems. Then you want to get a little test piece of fabric and you want to sew to make sure that your stitch is good.
Starting the machine.
And I used some black with some gray thread so you could see my stitch, and my stitch looks really good. And so I now know that I'm ready to sew. Once you get ready to put two pieces of fabric together, one of the rules of quilting is a 1/4 inch seam. Everything in quilting is a 1/4 inch seam, and so you want to try really hard to achieve that. Now they have 1/4 inch foots that you can follow. They have markings on this little plate right here that show you your 1/4 inch. If it's hard for you at all, you can take a piece of painter's tape and you can measure from your needle. You measure where your needle goes down over a 1/4 inch, and you'll put tape right along there. There's also some machines where you can move your needle back and forth, and so you can get it exactly right and do your 1/4 inch. Now, when we get ready to sew our fabrics together, you'll notice that most pre-cuts have a little peaked edge. You pretty much want to ignore that when you're sewing. You just can't stress about it or worry about it. We're just going to talk about the true fabric, and we're going to sew a 1/4 inch from there. So I'm going to line these up exactly, and I'm just going to sew right down the side a 1/4 inch. Now I have my sewing machine set so that I am watching the edge of my presser foot is lined up exactly with the edge of the fabric. So let's sew right down there. And this should be a pretty good 1/4 inch. You'll want to start off slow until you feel confident. And right here, most machines have a cutter. Sometimes it's right behind the needle here, but I just clipped my thread off of there. So then you want to come over here and you want to measure and you want to look and see if your stitch line is a 1/4 inch. And mine is a 1/4 inch. I'm measuring on the inside of these little peaks, and it's just about a perfect 1/4 inch. So now that you've sewn a seam, that's what we call it when you put two fabrics together and you sew a 1/4 inch right down the side. You're ready to make your very own first quilt. See how this looks? Look at this. It's perfect inside. And that's what you're going to do. We're just going to put a whole bunch of squares together, and you're going to make your very first quilt. So join me in the next video as we talk about some patterns and options, and you're going to get started with your very first quilt.
It's roughly where I'm going to end up stopping this, but... I'm sitting here listening to some dumb music again. So, all right, one more.
Hi everybody, it's Jenny, and now we're at the best part because you get to make your quilt. So when you're picking out your fabric, you want to make sure that you find something that you love, and you can get it in solids, you can get it in prints, and they are as varied as you can imagine. Everything from novelty prints to batik prints to flowers to anything you want. So today we're going to show you with just the solid prints how to do this. And
I don't know if it's YouTube. I have good internet and I have no idea what this problem is.
basically, this is one of the easiest quilts to make, but also one of the most beloved, because when you get a quilt that's just squares, it feels like comfort to you. People love them. They're not afraid to use them. They're not so fancy, you know, that they can't wrap up in them to watch a good movie. So never underestimate the power of the square quilt. So in the last video, we sewed a 1/4 inch seam right here, and these two are now ready to go. And this is part of our first row. Because there's 42 squares in a packet, you're going to put 6 in a row and sew 7 rows. So you're just going to lay them out. You want to lay them out on your floor. If you have a design wall, that's great. Just someplace where you can see all the different colors and how they work and blend and go, because you really don't want 2 reds together or 2 greens. You just want to lay them out like this. And I have now laid out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 squares here. That's going to be the length of your squares. And this quilt is easy as just sewing straight 10-inch seams. So you're going to sew your rows together in these straight seams, and you're going to put them right sides together. Now let's talk about that for a minute, because with solid fabrics, there's no right sides. They look the same on either side, so you really can't get it wrong with a solid fabric. And you're going to put them just like this together and sew that next seam. And then you're going to open this up, and you're going to put these together and sew that next seam. And you're just going to add them till you have a whole row. When you get your rows all done, you'll just lay your rows together and sew those together. And it goes together so easily. But if you've picked a pattern fabric, look at this. This is the right side of the fabric. Pattern fabric is almost always going to have a right and a wrong side. And you can use either side, but it's going to be a much prettier quilt if you use the right side or the pattern side of the fabric. So make sure you watch for that when you're putting these together, and you're going to fold them so they're right sides together, just like this. And again, you're just going to sew down the side and press this open. Just like that. It's just that easy. So let me show you some other projects I've got over here, because these are really fun. Now I have this quilt right here that's all made out of 10-inch squares, and it is just darling. Look at these fabrics. Little light bulbs, little diamonds, words, all kinds of fun things on here. And I mean, just seeing this quilt, this makes a really darling quilt.
On the first try.
It's just so cute and just really sweet. And you really feel like you could use it and curl up in it and watch a good movie. If you decide to be daring and you want to start with 5-inch squares, look at this one. Now this one is all made of 5-inch squares, and it's just, look how cute this is. I mean, just little 5-inch squares sewn together with a little border. And it's just the same idea. You're still going to put your right sides together and sew your little seams and make rows. Here's another one that's just rich colors. I mean, the fabrics are so varied, and this one is just beautiful, rich colors, and they just look gorgeous when you're finished. So this is a great beginner quilt and a great way to start. There's a couple of other easy options out there for you. There are falling charms, or the Jelly Roll Race quilt is really fun, or even the disappearing 9-patch. Those are quick, easy quilts. But really everything I do is quick and easy. There's over 500 different options, and they're all for free on our YouTube channel. So we hope this gets you started and gets you excited. We know you can do this. So we hope you enjoyed this beginner quilting series from the Missouri Star.
I don't know how this mat doesn't get more fitting up. Cut out. Alright, now we'll go to this headache is not going anywhere. So we're not quite to the point where we're ready to start sewing, so I'm gonna have to pick something up. 3 arrows uploaded! Oh my god, 3 arrows is amazing. I love 3 arrows. I'm gonna respond. Am I recording? I'm not recording. Oh no, I wasn't recording. That's okay. We can do some sex advice, Jib. Let's do some sex advice from some very repressed people.
What do you want? want a job that I don't hate. Want to do something that matters, but I don't know what that thing.
What's up, guys? How you doing? I'm Paul.
This quilt matters.
In today's video, we are doing part 3 of our 3-part series. Very exciting.
Yes.
I've enjoyed this series, Morgan. The series has been popular.
So if you don't know who...
Blank.
Why am I blanking? They literally just said their names. Paul and Morgan. If you haven't heard of Paul and Morgan, yeah. They're evangelical Christians, you know, very like trad wife, right wing kind of vibe. Yeah. I believe she was a virgin. He was not I think it was the typical, hypocritical business there.
Advice that we reject. And today's video is popular sex advice that we reject. Perhaps the most steamy crescendo to our 3-part series. If you haven't watched, I linked below part 1. What
I find it hard to believe that
popular dating advice that
this is going to be that steamy.
And part 2, popular marriage advice that we reject. We're on to part 3. We're about to go there. And Morgan, I was kind of, as I was preparing for this video, looking back at some of our previous
I was muted.
videos.
I am not muted because my mic
let's
is
just
not
say
coming through properly.
Sometimes our videos on this topic garner quite the reaction.
Oh yes, we love giving content for our
I'm coming through
haters.
twice. Crap. It doesn't sound like I'm coming through twice. Huh. Alright, well as long as it doesn't, I guess I don't really need to mute. I'll mute that then. Don't like that the sound is coming out of my... That's alright.
Now we love to make a good video that our, sex therapists
Hey!
can make.
It's just you? Good. So I can... Just in time to make fun of some prudes. And then whatever else we want to deal with. So right now, my mic is not coming through my Yeti, and I don't know why. So that's our next adventure. We're going to learn why Siren can't handle audio. Because when Daddy isn't home, she has no clue what she's doing. Let me cut this a little bit. Is that better? I think that's okay. I hope that's okay. All right. So just so you know, Radar, I'm just cutting. I haven't gotten to the point where we're gonna like do anything, but you saw I showed you the cloth. I'm like sitting here trying to show the camera that's farthest away from me. And then these are the colors I'm gonna match it with. I'm so excited. It's gonna be so pretty. I've already cut myself. Little one right there. So that's the update. And now we're gonna deal with our audio. This is me you haven't seen in a little while, huh, Radar? Okay, so I'm so close. I'm so excited. I got really like, it's gonna be so pretty. Because I mean the colors are just like, it's very similar but totally different. I can't, like the purple one, there's a purple one. Yeah, I'm excited. I think I'm cutting them to a weird size. I don't know if that's a problem, but whatever. We're gonna learn eventually. If you two want a different background music, let me know. I just did the chilled electronic. let me just check with. Crap. The homicides. Goofy. That's absolutely fine. Okay, so that should be good. We don't want it too loud. What was I doing? I was checking this audio because. All right. I know where to get to like my sound mixer. Can I get to my like output devices and mute them? Oh yeah, I can. Mute this one, I guess, maybe? Yeah. See, I'm coming through now. That's so weird.
Destroy. It's a good time. So, you know, you guys are welcome.
We say sex therapist. Yeah.
What did you do, Jim?
Well, there's other YouTube channels that will
having to
react
do something
very negatively to some of our context. And
contrary to popular belief, I've never actually watched any of them.
Jeez.
Good for you. Good
you, on the other
No,
hand.
I watch few and far between. Well, I don't typically watch the whole thing.
Oh my God.
All right, well,
come on.
Anywho, if you're new here, make sure you subscribe. We risk.
Imagine being embarrassed. I don't even know what that was. But it seems
Giving
silly.
TMI.
To help you navigate DMI, dating, marriage, and intimacy. Let's go. What was?
Okay.
Oh, I was just about to say something. Yeah. All right. Very good. Very good. Oh yeah. I want to give a disclaimer, Morgan.
Yeah.
So real quick, guys, you all know the drill. We're talking about intimacy, sex. These are beautiful things to talk about, but we want to use discretion, and we want you all as the audience to use discretion. So if you are 15 years old, not even considering dating, and you're just super intrigued, okay, like this might be okay to watch, but it may not if you have like struggles and certain things and you're just in your heart like, I don't know if I should be watching this. Then trust that discernment and hold off for a little while. We just want to give an appropriate cautionary disclaimer.
15, 30, whatever age you are.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yes. Shout out to our patrons. We love you guys. You rock.
I don't know how, like, I totally spaced out completely while they were talking. I don't know how anyone listens to them. Like, they're serious people. Sorry. Anyway.
For real. I was on Discord yesterday just chit-chatting with the patrons, and I was like, why? These guys are just great.
They're great. They're such a huge blessing.
Yes.
And Morgan, you were just saying
Yes.
we are formulating the idea that's becoming more and more concrete when we reach 400 patrons.
Yes. Paul will perform live on the street somewhere in downtown Lexington.
Or in Lexington.
Give a show.
A live show.
Live show.
A live musical show
Performing.
that we will broadcast for you guys. 400 patrons. All right, so the link to our Patreon is below.
Let's get to it. First one, just go.
Oh, I felt in my heart that I should clarify something from one of our previous videos on sex advice.
You're right,
from
Jib.
a couple weeks ago. We do a number of these type of videos. We feel like this topic for married couples really is not talked about enough, talked about in a good way. Sex is something that's so beautiful, so powerful. It should be discussed and explored.
Yes.
But in a video, and I'm just going to read a comment, I
mean, he's right, obviously. Like, sex is awesome. Yeah. I mean, just in general.
Someone was not happy with me. I made a suggestion, and I said, guys, I would actually encourage you, if you're wanting to grow in a certain aspect of sex, I said, go to YouTube, type in what you're wanting to grow in, and learn about it. And so I saw a couple comments, but one person commented and said, I'm appalled.
I never imagined getting sex advice from YouTube. I never thought to, like, Google it. Like, that's funny. Is that a good idea? I don't...
You would recommend looking up sex acts on YouTube. You're essentially advising to view PORN, and then they go on. And I just...
There is no porn on YouTube. I don't know, maybe they're right. Maybe that is a good place then. I mean, there's... Okay.
Wanted to respond. You guys know where Morgan and I stand. Any of you who watch us regularly know. But I responded to this person and said, you're not correctly interpreting what I said. I'm saying I think there can be benefits in watching a video where a man or woman explains how to do a certain thing. Not two people actually doing it. Okay, I do not advocate watching the deed be done.
No.
Come on, guys. All right,
just
Morgan, number one,
sex acts
let's get going.
Yeah.
The
disgusting.
first popular sex advice that we reject.
Yes.
I'm going to kick things off. I reject that, and I saw people advising this. You even brought this one up.
Oops.
Self-discovery.
Least straight line I've ever.
We'll just call it self-discovery, pleasing yourself.
You can see that.
The popular advice is we should become experts at pleasing
Quilt
ourselves
is gonna be wonky,
by
Rita.
practicing on ourselves, learning how we operate, what feels good by ourselves.
So that we can be better lovers and know what we like to tell our partners.
It's true.
Yes, and we reject that.
Let me help somebody. Let me see if I can get me. Hey, I'm gonna do a 15-minute food break, maybe 20. I'll be back.
Wait.
or unmute this one. Yeah, see, that one works.
Mm-hmm.
But the Yeti's not working.
Yeah, that's just your.
Need that again just so we can make sure.
So yeah, click on the Yeti.
I just want to make sure these things. Muted it. I unmuted it. There we go. Shut up.
I'm laughing at the this is why I asked you to do this when I wasn't even the one that muted it.
I love you so much. That's the way. Make sure I'm not muted. Okay. Where's my game? Oh, that seems fine. All right, let's get to this.
Reject.
And here's where we rejected. And I told Morgan before this, I said, I think self-discovery, what feels good, how our bodies operate and work is a good thing when done with your spouse. Bring them into the self-discovery process.
I saw that one coming. Did you?
Self-discovery when because you're including your partner and they're the ones that are doing things to you, and you're learning about yourself, but you're not the one doing it to yourself. Yeah.
Well, and
you're saying that's an absolutely ridiculous.
The topic of self-pleasure is a bigger topic. Maybe we'll go into it more, just like our thoughts on that. But we're mainly talking right here about just this idea that, oh, you need to be doing all this stuff to yourself. Listen, bring your spouse into it. Yeah. Learn, I like being touched this way. When you do this, it turns me on. Get your spouse involved in the self-discovery. That's my first one.
There we go. Very good. All right. Next one for me that I reject is,
I think I lost my place in that question.
PRN, spelling for monetization reasons, will help you be a better lover. I've heard this before, and I think it's just like so insane. Like, first of all, there's a ton of research out there that proves that PRN is incredibly damaging to your brain.
Citation needed, lady. I mean, the harm isn't the porn. The harm is a lack of literacy. And there's plenty to be learned, but there's also plenty not to be learned. You know, creativity but porn isn't real. Porn isn't real life. You know, so you can only learn so much. You know, you're not gonna learn how to treat your partner right through porn. You're not gonna, you know, you just gotta know what we're looking at and know that it's the same as any other movie, you know?
To your sexual desire.
Oh, turn them up? Absolutely.
Comparison, it can cause literal erectile dysfunction.
Okay, I'm gonna go back.
So,
sorry about that.
I mean,
listen, bring your spouse into it, learn.
I think it's just like so insane. Like, first,
get your spouse involved in the self-discovery. That's my first one.
There we go. Very good. All right. Next one.
You should always get your spouse involved when you can, but you don't have to.
PORN, spelling for monetization
Who
reasons,
cares?
will help you be a better lover. I've heard this before, and I think it's just like so insane. Like, first of all, there's a ton of research out there that proves that PRN is incredibly damaging to your brain, to your sexual desire.
You should probably research like what they're citing there.
Erectile dysfunction. Okay, so I mean,
and another thing,
research out.
Another thing that can happen is that your body can get used to a certain kind of stimulation, and like that can be an issue when all you're doing is masturbating. But like, that's, again, it's not the porn, it's just the way the brain is wired. You may have to, you know, create more friction, less friction. You know, you may have to make adjustments and force your body to kind of accept that it's not going to get it a certain way all the time. Like, that's a possibility. Yes.
They're showing that that's not
she's wrong.
true at all. Yet magazines and Hollywood are pushing this, and so I don't even think like I have to talk.
Oh, hey.
What's going on over here?
We're shopping for a new car and driveway. They've got one of the largest.
That much on it other than saying that's ridiculous.
Morgan, I would take it a step further in terms of, I saw some article advising that, but they were saying beyond just the PORN, just watch a steamy show or steamy movie together to kind of get your mind in that world to get in the mood, show you what you can do, and it's kind of like no. And they even like
What?
listed shows. Bridgerton was one,
It's a
which
little-
I've not seen. Bridgerton.
well,
I've heard that it's
Bridgerton
very
is-
explicit,
Yeah.
and so
Bridgerton is heavy. Bridgerton is real heavy. If you want to see something exploring how men can get essayed, you should watch Bridgerton. I couldn't finish it. That's when you start to see signs of these concerns. Yeah, no, that means they don't know how to read. Like, you just don't read a study like you read a book that you picked up, right? like you can't. There's skill, and there's like you have to understand statistics, the role of statistics, the limitation of statistics. You know, absolutely. Oh, I got sidetracked, but yeah.
So, guys, don't start justifying it. Oh, we're a Christian. We're not going to watch PORN, but we are going to watch all these explicit, steamy. No, don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Make your own Bridgerton, whatever.
What did you just say?
Make your own Bridgerton.
Make your own Bridgerton. You heard it here first. Hey, TMI
I swear
for
this girl
DMI,
is a
baby.
freak.
TMI
I
for
swear
DMI.
she's just.
I
swear
all right.
she must be
My
any-
next one I reject. Now we're going to, and
no.
we've said this in every what we reject
girl.
video, part 1, 2, and now 3. Some of these are kind of targeting, exposing, pushing back on worldly cultural ideas, but some are in the Christian sphere as well, and we're going there. And I just want to say before I do my next one, guys, some of these genuinely, we're just giving our perspective. You can take them or leave them.
Yeah.
Seriously, you don't have to agree with everything. Comment and let us know your thoughts if maybe you disagree with one or the other. But here's one that I reject. I reject, and this is a Christian one, the idea among some Christians that sex shouldn't be wild and adventurous. It should stay minimal. And that, I literally was reading a comment where this person was like, I almost thought they were trolling, but it was like, sex should not be about, just really going after the pleasure of it, but just keep it minimal, keep it super quick, minimal.
I'm glad to hear that he rejects that one though, because sex can be whatever you want it to be. Like, who cares? Have it the way you want it, as long as there's consenting adults. Wait. yeah, I know, Radar. These guys are evangelicals. I think you knew that, right? I think so.
The basic, and I'm kind of like, no, I reject that.
That was so weird.
I reject that. There is, as Exo Marriage put it, Exo Marriage YouTube channel, there's a gate around the yard, and we need to know, according to the Bible, what that gate is, what God wants to protect, keep within the marriage bed, and what should not be allowed in the marriage bed. But then the yard inside that gate is very big, and there's a lot of room for adventure and beauty and powerful,
True.
blissful fun.
It's true.
Nice. All right. Yeah, you guys might be like, what? No one actually thinks that. Christians don't think that. No, go read some of the comments on some of our videos. Like, literally, there are people who are like, you should not be having a good time having sex.
Okay, well, hopefully
or
that's
like,
not.
Or the woman should not be being pleased, or that's not what sex is about, or blah, blah, blah.
Well, I think there's, and
like,
even.
that does exist.
There, and even among some, Christian, broader maybe denominations where it's like, no, sex isn't about pleasure. It's just about getting the deed done and babies. And it's like, read the Songs of Solomon, baby. Sex is pleasurable. That's one very good aspect of it. It's pleasurable. Come on.
All right, next one is multiple partners before marriage doesn't hurt your marriage. I think that, like, we've heard the whole try before you buy stuff, blah, blah, blah.
Sorry about that. This, you don't know about these guys, Radar? Oh my god. Okay, well, they don't normally do this stuff. Normally they talk about, like, you know, pure Christian living and whatever other bullshit, but they did just a couple of these and I think they're pretty funny.
But yeah, just like, it doesn't matter how many people you sleep with. Like, whenever you get married, that's not gonna affect anything. And I think that we've heard the whole try before you buy stuff, blah blah blah. All right, next one is multiple partners before marriage doesn't hurt your marriage. You know, I think that, like, we've heard the whole try before you buy stuff, blah blah blah. But yeah, just like, it doesn't matter how many people you sleep with. Like, whenever you get married, it's not gonna affect anything. And I think that you could probably talk to a lot of people who had, whether it was just one partner outside of their spouse,
Is she saying what I think she's
outside
saying?
of their spouse. Like, there were things that they've had to work through. Now, you know, don't get me wrong, like, God is a redeeming God, and, you know, for us, I had slept with someone besides Paul before getting married, and, like, he redeemed that completely, and really it was not even something that we had to work through. Like, God was just really blessed that area.
I expected them to shame.
I don't think that's, like, super common from the conversations that I've had with other women out there, and just, like, talking about the struggles that they've had, whether they were the one who had a partner before, or multiple partners, or their husband did. Like, it can cause a lot of damage in marriage if you are just sleeping around and then you get married.
Yeah, see?
And you just think
That's
that
what I
that's
thought
not
they
going
were
to affect
trying
anything.
to say.
Yeah.
So
I was so confused.
That's a good one. That's a cultural, worldly one. Yeah, that we reject.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Morgan, this one I reject kind of goes with the last one.
Okay.
And when I was writing this one, yeah, well, let me just get into it. I reject the idea among some Christians that sex shouldn't be talked about, it shouldn't be researched, explored. They may say, like, no to sex counseling, sex books, any other research outside of just the couple.
Wow.
And again, guys, hear me out, because I don't want to get on here and start shaming people, start bashing people. This is my perspective, even if I feel passionately about it. Hear me say this. Personally, I've grown so much as a lover to Morgan through the aid of outside help and resources, but please use discretion when choosing those resources. Genuinely, because it can not be good, but I would push and say it can be very good. It can, in fact, totally transform a married couple's love life. And not even like a selfish thing.
Yeah,
like, it's
like
allowing me to
absolutely
become
think they're better than
genuinely
us.
someone who can love my wife better. And the last thing I'll say, Morgan, I want you to chime in.
There, for sure.
Some couples, perhaps they have a past that is not great, and maybe they got saved and so forth. They may have to be extra careful in the research they do, and I bless that. You know, I'm not trying to get on here and say everyone should be doing all of this research. Here's what that should look like.
I'm not
if
saying,
you have a past, or if you just have these
just
really strong
saying.
convictions, to be very careful, do that. I bless that. But I don't think that should be the rule for the majority, personally.
One of these times I'm gonna not have to.
If you're someone who has a rough past, and so you're like, I don't want to look up things, I don't want to, search or read books, like, then find someone that you.
What is a woman? Can you tell me that?
Trust that is godly and mature, that you can go to and talk to and get encouragement and advice from, and bring your struggles with your sex or your desires that you want to, like, grow in sexually with your spouse too. I think that would be really, really beneficial. Everyone should have someone that they can talk to about sex. And obviously, you're not going to share all the details with this person, like every single thing, but to be able to ask questions and talk and get advice from, I think is very wise.
So good. And I would ask the people that are like, no, none of that. Do you avoid the Songs of Solomon? And maybe they do. And again, if that's your conviction,
That's a good point.
I don't even want to read the Songs of Solomon and picture this guy named Solomon doing any intimate acts. It's just my husband and me, or just my wife and me. Okay, but again, let's not put that on everyone else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There we go. Morgan, what do you got for us?
All right. Dun, dun, dun.
Is this a kind of steamy, controversial one?
Yeah.
Okay, before Morgan
I
gives
was
this
hoping for
controversial
more
one,
steamy and
I know what it is.
controversial than this.
Give this video a thumbs up.
Boring.
That's what I was going to say.
Give this, okay.
No wonder I didn't see
Give this
much of the
video a thumbs
reacting
up.
on this.
Potential TMI for your DMI. Potential. Help out those algorithms. We appreciate it. But no, I think this is a good
Jib,
one.
this is why I need people
All
like
right.
you around. I don't even think of
This
these
has
things.
stirred a lot of controversy up in the YouTube Wizzy
I don't need to
world.
cut it.
The Wizzo.
And I'm not like totally sure why, other than the people who are really mad about it are not necessarily believers.
I think that there's a lot of people who have come over on our sex advice videos who are not believers, and
Yeah.
they've just lambasted.
So
Me
I don't
mainly.
even-
to those people who are gonna hear this and not like it, if you're not a believer, what's up? Welcome to the channel.
Good to see you guys.
But we understand that you wouldn't get this because it's a
Not good to
biblical
see you. They
concept,
fucking
and
hate you.
if you're not in the Word of God, you're not gonna get it. So, anywho, all right, this one is we
Not
reject
in the word of God.
the
You're not gonna get it.
piece of advice of you don't owe your spouse anything when it comes to sex. So if you don't want to have sex, you don't have to have sex. And your husband can deal with that, or your wife can get
Oh,
over
gross.
it. But I have a feeling most of y'all are saying your husband can get over it.
It's mostly aimed at the husband.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
So I think that that's ridiculous.
Morgan, real quick, I went back and I watched the video. I think I'll just be honest. If you guys want to go back to it, it was what we wish we knew about sex
Oh, that's right.
from about a month and a half ago.
Yeah.
I mean, the comments on that video are just brutal. But here was one that just kind of is the perfect summation, just short and sweet. Because I think you called this when you said we reject the idea that
You don't owe your spouse
you
anything.
don't owe your spouse anything. Here was a very common comment.
So like, it's such a good argument for polyamory. Such a good so this idea that sex is a need between sex is something that someone might need to be in a happy relationship. That is not invalid. This is labor. Like, everything in the relationship and in the household that has to be done, this is technically labor in a way. And I don't think that someone should be obligated to press down their sex drive for another person. I think someone can feel like, oh man, like, I really don't like that they don't like to do it very often. That's valid. But that's why you find a partner that will be everything else to you. And you can have a partner that wants to do it all the time. You can have both. The answer isn't make someone have sex. Like, the premise is fine. The answer is that your needs are important, and one person may not be able to fulfill all those needs. I don't know. I guess I don't think anyone else has used this stuff to say that yet.
Meant that is, they've all moved to the top of the video. You do not owe anyone sex, no matter what. Even if you're married, you don't owe your partner sex. You are also not entitled to sex from your partner. Sex is not a mandatory part of a relationship at all. That's one of the nicer comments, for sure.
So, this like really makes the worldly people, the heathens, I'm just gonna use that word. I'm
Whoa,
sorry.
whoa.
Mad
Demons.
because they don't understand what selfless
One in
love
chat
is.
if you like being a heathen.
It's not about it's not about pushing against someone's consent. It's about being selfless from time to time. If you are keeping sex from your husband for weeks on end,
and this is what I mean, that's what leads to that emotional manipulation that you're hearing. Like, you should just do I think that you should probably do it sometimes when you like of course we all do it sometimes when our partner really wants to, just because we want to make them happy. There's nothing wrong with that either. But yeah, now I've lost my train of thought.
even days, like days and days and days, whatever, or months or
Gotcha.
years, that's incredibly selfish, and that's not a marriage. Like, I don't know what you're doing to do that to your spouse. Husband, too. Like, husbands, if you're keeping sex from your wife, you are sinning, okay? You are going against
Get it,
the
girl.
entire, like,
I'm not even that mad about that.
image of what
That's
God
hilarious.
has designed marriage to be.
We would agree that sex.
I know what it's like.
I'm sorry, that marriage is so much more
Where's
than sex.
that? Where's that
Definitely.
And there
broccoli
is
guy?
Going to be
It's not
unique
watching
circumstances
tonight.
within marriage where it may, there's unique circumstances, but
Someone
the
message him telling
in
him I'm
general,
talking shit about him. He needs to get in here.
that should not be the norm, guys.
No.
That should not be the norm. There's a Bible verse just kind of in keeping with this idea of you do not owe your spouse anything, Paul. Or I guess, no, it would be Morgan.
Yeah, me, I don't owe myself. I don't
Paul
owe you
does not,
anything.
Morgan does not owe you anything, Paul. In regards to some comments I made. 1 Corinthians 7:3-5, I think is beautiful. My namesake, the Apostle Paul. Morgan, would you like to read that?
Yes. 1 Corinthians
See,
7,
Radar, when you
3-5
say you're a
says,
Christian,
"The
these are the
husband should
people. This is
fulfill
why
his
I'm like,
marital
ugh.
duty to his wife, and likewise the wife to her
Sorry,
husband.
but really.
The wife does not have authority over her own body, but yields it to her husband. In the same way, the husband does not have authority over his own body, but yields it to his wife.
Oh, there
Do
we go.
not deprive each other,
That's
except
better.
perhaps by mutual consent and for a time, so that you may devote yourselves to prayer."
And this goes to the husband as well, because I know plenty. There are
Yes.
plenty where the husband, he's just not that into it. It's not something, maybe PORN was part of his life before marriage, and now it's just not quite doing it for him. He's really busy with work. His mind is on other things. Maybe he's still looking at PORN, and he's going weeks and weeks when his
PORN.
wife is wanting
It's
it.
cracking me up right
Shame on
now.
you, bro.
Yeah,
And if
not
it's
good.
if it's not the PORN stuff, but it's just simply I'm just not as into it. My sex drive's not as strong. That might be where you have to practice what this verse is saying and learn how to hopefully become more turned on,
Yeah.
which
Like,
can
it's just
definitely
Demanding to have
happen.
your needs met
But also,
isn't
you just might
necessarily
have to
a
lay it
problem.
down
Demanding to have your
and
needs met by someone
learn
who
how to
does not
compromise
consent
with
to
your
having
wife.
your needs met
And if you
is a
only want it
problem.
once
It's
every
an issue of
month
consent,
and she wants it
people
once
like
every
this
other
don't
day,
necessarily pick
you may have
that
to
up.
compromise and work out like a once a week thing.
Yeah, it's like this is not to confuse you and make you think like you literally can never say no to having sex. Yes, you can. There are many times when I'm just like, "Hey babe, I'm just really not feeling it. I'm not in the right headspace. Can we pick this up tomorrow?" And he's like, "Of course." And it gives me time to just work it out, to just chill out, to veg out, whatever, to go to the Lord in prayer, whatever it might be that I need to do, and then we reconvene the next day or whatever, 2 days later, whatever.
Morgan, real quick, you just said that, and I scratched my nose, and immediately the thought went through my mind of, are there going to be people watching this that make a video saying, look at Paul's,
He is so mad.
look at Paul's reaction,
He
his
had to
body,
cover his scowl.
his body. Well, I was like, all right, is this a tell? Like me scratching my nose while Morgan says this, is this a tell of like body language experts, therapists?
Well, they think it might be. So
Body language
just-
people.
We're
bullshit
talking to
anyway.
believers, okay? So to you guys who don't believe in the word of God, who have decided to take God's word and twist it, have made up your own God, like, we're not talking to you guys. You all do whatever the heck you want to do. We're encouraging believers here, like, We have to remember as believers that we are one, and we
That you
have
are
to
owned.
compromise.
You
You
can only
can't
do
be withholding
what
sex
is expected
for
of
days,
you.
weeks, months, years. It's just not healthy. And with the caveat of maybe you're not withholding, or like, okay, I feel like we mention things like this sometimes, and people comment of like, well, I have a health condition, so what would you say to this? Or
Okay.
I have this kind of issue, or my husband has struggled with this, and whatever, you know, there's ways to work around everything. I feel like we were just talking about exo marriage and how one of them mentioned that they had a couple come to them and they were like, you know, I have a medical condition, so we can't have penetrative sex. But we have come up with
it's so
other
hard
ways
for them
to
to
please
say,
one
huh?
another. Is that okay? And the guy was like, that's incredible. That's amazing.
The guy
that
was
you
like,
guys have...
yeah, bravo to you guys
Yeah.
for learning how to please each other
Yeah.
when you have limitations.
Yeah. So you can figure.
But oh my god.
It out.
Oh,
But you have
weird.
to actually.
Okay.
One other thing.
Yeah, man, you got a lot to say on this one.
Mouse.
Sorry, this is a big one. I feel like
Wow.
because we get so much pushback from it. It's so goofy. But one other thing is, and again, this is for you believers out there. Paul recently shared a video of this pastor talking on a podcast, and he was like, when you're single or dating,
Well, that was a good video.
the enemy is like, take your clothes off, take your clothes off, take your clothes off. But when you're married, the enemy is like, put your clothes on, put your clothes on, put your clothes on.
Finding every excuse
Oh
to
my
keep
God.
your clothes on.
And that
Well,
is the enemy.
marriage
because you
treated
better
as
believe,
just
you
a way
guys,
to have
that
sex.
the devil knows how powerful a godly couple
Jim,
is
you'd
when
be
they
pretty
are
good at talking
on
people
the
into
same
joining a
page,
cult, I
sexually,
think.
spiritually, mentally.
I like
They
that.
are one in all ways, shape, and form. Like, that's a scary sight to see from the enemy.
Wow.
So
And also,
don't
yes.
give in. Push back. Fight.
Put her there, kiddo.
Please
Morgan,
help
you
me.
handle that. That whatever we call this, that the rejection of
Yes.
whatever.
Yeah.
You handle that so well.
Thank you.
I was going to chime in more, but then you just kept hitting it out of the park.
Thank you.
You guys give this video a thumbs up if you've enjoyed it. If you've enjoyed the honest conversation, comment below and let us know. Is there one that we said that was just kind of caught you off guard and maybe you're kind of working through it? Or those of you who feel like, you know, we're maybe a little further along in this, we've been married a good chunk of time, let us know your thoughts and your reaction to some of the things that were shared. I'd love to see those, and I'm excited to engage in the comment section. We love you all, and we will see you next time. Have a wonderful rest of your day. We'll catch you again very soon. Have hope.
And be free. If you're in the live chat, we'll be right back.
As you may have noticed, we get very few brand deals, which is why our patrons, the names you see here, are so
No, you don't
important.
get a
You
free
guys
dad
really
out of me.
are the life.
Don't support these people. They suck. They hate you. Oh my god, you two are so... You two together, like, I didn't realize how similar the two of you were, like, until right now. I can't believe the two of you never met each other. It's hilarious. Oh my god. Anyway, what's next? I didn't prepare a whole lot. I do want to watch, I have a Mr. Girl rabbit hole planned, but I'm not doing that tonight. What do I have here? I have a Hunter Avalon Andrew Tate fan. I have... Oh, this is what I wanted to... This was the one.
Wouldn't it be better if a leather holster
Ooh,
could lock?
Loud.
With limited carry options, responsible gun owners know the frustrations that come with carrying a gun.
Oh,
Unlike
yeah.
leather that's
Still not.
I actually don't know much about this girl. I guess she, like, got her fame making fun of how fat in Berlin was or something. Oh god, Jib with a mega church. If Jib messages any of you, tell me. Report him, please. Alright, let me do a thing when I'm muted. I feel like I'm missing. Oh, if there's messages about feet, message me. I'll give you feet pics. Hey, I'll take money for feet pics. I have the cutest little feet you've ever seen. All right. So yeah, I don't know much about her. But that's okay because she's vapid, as you will see.
Tell me why I am so nervous making this video and why my heart is literally pounding.
Because you know
uploading
that it's gonna be
but for the
everybody
first
hating
time,
on
I
you.
feel like it is a necessary video. I think
Is
that
it?
I want to respect
Are you
you
hearing
enough to
me
know
over
where you
it?
stand and who you are watching.
Oh. Am I comparatively, like when I talk, can you hear me as well? The volumes are fine, right?
And I also want to respect myself enough to understand that this is a big part of me growing up.
Okay.
I am approaching 25, and I think that views and morals that I have thought about, I have debated on, I have really came to understand.
Okay, I'm just trying not to clip.
Through self-reflection, and these are
All right, that
values
should be
I
good.
want to take into my marriage and take into my family life, and I think that it is very important. And so I think that for the first time, I am okay with the impending consequences of that and the way I'm going to receive backlash, and I'm okay with that. What I've decided to do is just have one comprehensive video where you can refer to it and then decide whether or not you would like to go forward, listen to my opinions, and stick around, or if you'd like to not do that. And as I said before,
Thanks for
this
the
is
permission.
a blessing for me to have been on this journey and to be able to have this platform. And regardless of if I have one person listening, or 2 people, or 5 people, I'm probably going to carry on with this in my free time, and I'm probably going to be much happier because I'm going to be able to talk about things that I find interesting and crucial with the morals that I want to carry on into, as I said, my life, my marriage, my adulthood. And I think that this whole process is going to make me feel a lot more free, and I value that beyond anything. And so if you would like to stick around and listen, then I really appreciate that. And I'm just going to talk about this as if you don't know me, as if this is the first time seeing my video, and I'm going to give you a little overview of everything I've been through. And I do think that it is unbelievably crucial to me, not only because of the reasons, as I said, it's going to make me feel like I can express myself a lot clearer and more eloquent, and really, which I think, what a blessing to have in a Western country, right? And so if you are interested, here's a little story beginning to right now of how I grew up very left-leaning, not understanding anything about politics and not particularly being involved in politics at all, to now at 25, still not being involved in politics, still not associating myself with one particular group. However, I have made the decision to present as far away from the left as almost humanly possible, because I cannot anymore take the insanity and the contradiction and the wokeness anymore. So if this is
The wokeness, oh God.
Hi, my name is Sarah, and I am originally from Poland. I have moved here in, I believe, about 2009, when I was still very young. And
The wokeness is going to get us.
Very removed from politics. My family never really spoke about politics. I was not ever involved in these discussions, and so to this day I have no idea what my parents identify as in terms of politics and what kinds of things they vote for. So
That's
I
because a lot of
appreciate
people
Gary
don't
saying that I was
really
influenced from a
think
young
or talk
age
about
to
it.
be anything when it comes to which political side I'm on. My parents were always very encouraging of me to find out things by myself and read a lot and be inquisitive, and I think that's why they inspired me to be the person I am today, in terms of, you know, constantly wanting to learn, constantly going further, constantly do something more, and I think that's absolutely great. So I'm pretty confident in saying that I remember nothing about any kind of political leaning from my youth. However, when I came here in 2009, I started realizing that there's people who have a certain identity and they rely very heavily on that. It's a big part of their identity. And I think that a lot of people are very passionate about the things that they do. When I was 16 or 17, I went to do my A-levels. And for those of you who don't know, that's like, you know, obviously high school education, I think. And I took sociology for 2 years and psychology for 2 years. That's when my journey began. And I think one of the most influential classes there was sociology. I loved it. I never ended up doing anything with it because I couldn't see myself kind of, you know, progressing in the field, but I was very good at it. I think that was the only thing that I was good at, as well as being passionate about. And I loved the discussions that we had because it was such a safe space with so many different people. I mean, there was one dude in our class who I remember told me to repent because I was holding hands with my boyfriend at the time in the corridor, and even he was allowed to speak clearly and respectfully, even though there was such a huge divide, and everyone thought he was a little bit crazy because he had such deep religious roots, and, you know, he was almost like rude at sometimes, but he still was able to speak freely without being harassed or belittled or anything like that, even though he could offend people and he could.
This is the exact opposite of what I would say when I say don't tone police. She's doing so little tone policing right now that she just totally misgrasped the situation. As far as I can tell.
Make people feel uncomfortable, but I really valued that in that class. As soon as you left that classroom, you left all of your feelings behind, and you had almost like a total reset. And I really valued that. I liked that we could speak and we could tell our, you know, teachers and colleagues like different opinions, that we had different perspectives, and I think that was great. And I remember one of the discussions was between me and a couple of other friends and the teacher, and she was basically proposing, like, why wouldn't you want to live in a capitalist like society? Like, why wouldn't you want to you know, have everyone be equal? And I remember thinking, that is so crazy. I remember thinking, how could you ever hear about this and even consider it? Because coming from someone whose mum still remembers what communism was like in Poland, to come into someone who has never experienced it and has just learned about it, and is like, why wouldn't you want that? That's so great. I couldn't fathom it. I couldn't.
There's a problem with socialism. Like, there's problem. I mean, of course there is. Like, I'm an anarchist, of course. Like, there's problems with all of it, but oh my gosh, I just completely blanked on what I was about to say. I think I like I over medicated. Cut that out, broccoli, if we end up putting this up. You know, there hasn't been real socialism. You can't, I mean, there's been, and even problems in socialist countries have been imposed by the outside of that socialist country, embargoes and sanctions and all that anyway. So it's not even our fault necessarily all the time anyway. Yeah.
It couldn't fit into my brain that someone just suggested that a neurosurgeon and a cleaner, or a neurosurgeon and a mechanic, could be paid the same and be compensated the same for their jobs. that was so completely different. It was so insane to me. I have never met anyone from my country, or even I have Ukrainian friends, can say that the parents or the family or anyone remembers communism in a favorable light. I have never met, you know, and again, coming from my grandparents, my parents, their parents.
You know, the people who say these things too, like this is like the Cubans in Miami, saying, you know, that is socialism. They're saying that because they were the wealthy class, the capital owners that got kicked out. And that's why they're so biased against. I mean, things were taken from them, sure, but it wasn't personal property. It was private property. So not quite that worried about what you have to say about that.
You know, the cousins, the uncles, no one ever sits down and thinks that was a good time in our life, that was a great time for our country. No one. And so it was so crazy for me to hear that. And so I started growing up, I started maturing, and I started looking at the people around me and realizing that a lot of people are self-censoring. A lot of people are not saying the things that they really feel when they are in the friend group, because they're scared that the friend group's going to turn on them. And that was the first time where I was like, this is a little bit weird. I didn't realize that there was like a right opinion. I thought that we could just all get along. And you know, I have had my entire life had friends who were very conservative, and I had friends who were very, very liberal, or Tories and Labour, I believe. And
She doesn't even know.
And I had, you know, people who openly were like, oh yeah, so basically my dad's really rich, and we are a Tory family, so we're gonna vote for, you know, whoever benefits us. And my Labour friends were like, that's great, I am not from a rich family and I don't hold the same values and beliefs as you, but you're still my friend, even though I'm gonna vote completely different. And I thought that was normal. I thought that everyone's gonna just get on and get along, even though they have different opinions. I didn't realize that that was such a big divisive factor.
Well, it's a very liberal point of view here. Everybody just get along. You know, just don't make a fuss. You know, ugh.
In a lot of people's lives, I didn't realize that, because I was always around people who spoke freely and openly about the beliefs, and no one was at each other's throats. So I went to university, I met my best friend, and I am so happy that I did. The reason is because she is a little bit older than me, and I am so forever grateful for the sped up development that I experienced whilst being friends with her. She could get my brain going like no one else could. She was constantly challenging my perspectives and bringing in very important conversations that I never thought about before. She had a great way of talking, debating, and making you question what you think and question what you believe. And it's a great thing. It's such a valuable characteristic to have in my friends, and I really love that. I love having friends with different opinions, because we can share these things.
I do like listening to her voice.
Say, why do you think that?
Not gonna lie.
Is there a reason for this? Like, what makes you this kind of person? What is that? And I just love that. I love having that kind of circle of friends. When I went to do my first undergraduate degree, which is my degree in psychology, graduated with honours, and this is where kind of my career began in psychology. I was taught a lot of things, and this isn't a while ago. This is like 2019. I graduated. I was taught things that now are considered problematic or even bigoted. So let's take, for example, gender dysphoria. I was taught that this is a mental disorder in which the body and the brain essentially feel like they shouldn't be going together. A person's feeling dysphoric, they're feeling a variety of very, very negative emotions, anxiousness, insecurity, a lot of negative emotions specifically towards their body. And that, I was taught, needs to be addressed with intensive therapy and working out and prioritizing this person's health, mental health and physical health, and putting forward a plan as to what this person needs, whether that be medical transition or whether that be intensive therapy. That's what I was taught. But now, apparently that makes you a medicalist and a bigot, because you deny people who identify as trans to
That's not even what transmedicalism is. I don't like. That's not even what that is. So it's just a form of body dysmorphia. That's all it is. Like, there are lots of forms of body dysmorphia. Amputees, or, I'm sorry, I can't even think of examples. There's lots of other reasons that someone's feeling of their body doesn't match what presents. But we don't bother those people about it. It's the transmedicalist is, it's an opinion that says if you don't transition, you aren't trans. So basically, what I'm hearing her saying is either the choices should be that you transition or you get intensive therapy to not be trans. Right? Like, that's... And that's like a scary dichotomy to present. I don't think she realizes that she did that. Yeah. Yeah, she sounds like her dad and her grandparents too.
simply go in and have surgeries and have transition without prior diagnosis. Again, I didn't understand that. I don't understand why if someone comes over to you and says, hey, can I please have, for example, clozapine, you don't just give it to them. You don't say, okay, if that's going to make you happy. You say, why do you need antipsychotics? What's happening? Well, I'm experiencing...
Which is literally what happens. Like, people have to go through years and years of therapy and treatment and the whole 9 yards. No one's walking into a doctor's office and ordering a new vagina, please. Okay, that'll be an hour. Like, what?
Disassociation, I'm experiencing voices, I'm experiencing intense 2 or more sensational hallucinations. Okay, well, first of all, we need to refer you. We need to refer you to a psychiatrist. We need to refer you to a medical professional in order for that to be diagnosed, to ensure the best treatment. Not treatment first, and then maybe a diagnosis later, or not even a diagnosis. I have never been taught. I don't understand why that is. If someone comes over to you and says that they need
I need gloves.
you ask them, why is that?
Probably.
And then
Yeah,
you run the
maybe not.
correct test in order to diagnose the problem first, and then treat them in order to make them
Yes.
the best version of themselves, the healthiest and the
That's
most
exactly what
happy.
happens.
And I don't understand why now that is such a big controversial issue. Let's take another thing. In my second degree and my master's in clinical neuropsychiatry, I was taught to never simply medicate a patient, to never simply start treatment of pharmaceuticals before intensive therapy hasn't been carried out for months at least,
Well,
or before a specific diagnosis was
It's not how any other drugs work to
set up.
get.
I was always taught, and this is one of the most important quotes I will carry with me, that your patients are not lab rats, that you do not give patients drugs and then see what happens, that you always have to identify the issue and identify the source of the issue, because that's why someone comes over to a psychiatrist or psychologist in the first place. They have something that they want to talk about,
Jim.
whether that be anxiety and stress, whether that be something deeper. And as a clinician, you are supposed to listen to the person, prioritize their health, and then prescribe the treatment needed, never the other way around. And so to see young people now who, in a lot of these cases, have not been educated to any kind of degree about this, who have maybe taken gender studies, saying things like...
Guess they're walking into gender study classes, then they're walking out and trying to order a vagina. Like,
gender dysphoria, that is a bigoted term and we shouldn't do this, puts me at a crisis internally, because I have gotten, at this point, 5 years of education, or 6 years of education, if you count my A-levels, where this is the first time it was brought up, then that's your 3 years of undergraduate, a master's, and then 2 years of your A-levels. So that's 6 years of education where I was taught that you prioritize the patient, you prioritize the health, and you make the correct diagnosis, that now a 20-year-old is telling me that's not how it is, or a 16-year-old is telling me, well, then that's bigoted and it makes you this kind of person. And it put me at this very unpleasant place where I'm like, am I listening to the individuals that have been educated, that are clinicians that are working for example, DNA and they are the best of the best, where they come in once a week and they teach you to, you know, at a big lecture hall with hundreds of people these things, or do I listen to someone on TikTok? What is happening? Because if you dare to question it, you cannot have debates with people anymore either. I'm seeing this thing where even asking questions means that you are against them. You see this in so many cases where simply ask.
She's not talking about asking questions. No. God, what did she say? I watched another YouTuber's video earlier and I can't remember what she said, but it was brilliant. Rachel Oates, one of her best videos. Yeah, I think it'll probably come to me.
Asking someone, what about the alternative? Why don't we do this? Makes you an enemy, and like immediately means that you are against.
Something like, you know, if I don't really like that, can you not do that, please? And you can do this instead because it makes me happy. Right? Like, I've decided that this is not okay, so, yeah. It's bigoted shit.
So my question is, how do we progress as humans? How do we find new ways of doing things? How do we evolve if we are not allowed to ask questions? And what happens when someone thinks differently?
You know, just that, like, right wing, like, I'm just asking questions. Like, yeah, no, you're not. You know you're not. We know you're not.
And starts self-censoring. That child becomes an adult that starts self-censoring, and then you have an entire generation of people who are too scared to speak.
That, I mean, that is kind of an issue.
They want to say, because
that is kind of an issue. I was just talking to someone about that earlier.
Why can't we talk about
I will say
why
that.
Is it like you are the enemy? No, you're the enemy. You're this kind of bigoted word.
But
and it's so crazy that it's put me at a point where I started, and this is where it started. I would say this is probably 1 or 2 years ago. Where it started making me question things. And if you go back, if you know me, a lot of people that do know me are very embarrassed for. Because I was a man-hating feminist, and I am so embarrassed about it. But at the same time, I think it's time that I take ownership of it and say, you know what? Yeah, and I've grown.
Yeah, you better apologize.
But stepping into adulthood with new ideas. I was the first one to be like, men like have oppressed women for so long, and everything that's wrong with the world, and white cis het men are just like the spawn of it. You could. It's so embarrassing. I look back now at the argument I had with someone talking about pay gap, talking about gender pay gap, and this dude was like, listen to yourself. And he was talking to me, he was citing evidence, and I was so determined to just not listen to any of it, to be like, no, I don't care, this is what happens, this is what it is, having no idea, no evidence, nothing to back it up with. But I was convinced that I was right, and I was convinced that he was wrong. And I cringe, because it got to a point where no one else had to tell me that. But I had to stand there and say, okay, you say things like, you hate all men. Do you hate your father? No, God no. He's the most hardworking, loving man I've ever known. Do you hate your brothers? Do you hate your fiance? Do you hate your male friends? Well, no. So how can you say that? And I know that this is maybe like a little example, but it starts at the roots. How can you say that? How can you say such a generalized thing? Are you oppressed right now? Well, it depends what you mean. Well, have you ever felt oppressed? Well, no. Have you ever been denied opportunities because you're a woman? No. Have you ever been denied opportunities because you are an immigrant and a woman?
Just because these things haven't happened to you doesn't mean they don't exist. She's gonna talk a little while now about how these things, like, and also the feminists we're talking about, they fought for what we have. You don't get more. I mean, there's still women who can't do basic things all around the world. But you don't get anything when you just go to the people in power and you're like, hey, we don't like that. Can that, no? I can't, no. Why won't they listen to me? No, you have to have people out there screeching about it. If you don't want to be that person, that's fine. But we need those people. Those are the people that fought and died so that you could sit here and deny that anything is wrong now. Yeah.
Well, no, I've actually become exactly who I want to be, and I have been granted so many more opportunities because I was a woman and because I am an immigrant. And so, what are you talking about right now? We're not talking about global, we're talking about right now in your everyday life. What is it that what is
Wow,
it
I didn't cut that like at all.
your logic of I hate all men, they are the evil of the society, I am oppressed because I am a woman and I have been denied all of these opportunities, when you yourself can admit that in your life that has not directly disadvantaged you? How dare you say that? And I felt so terrible about it, and I sat there thinking about these things and reading books and, you know, watching videos and thinking about this and questioning what I've been saying all this time, and I thought, I can't defend this. You're right. Me, I can't defend this. I can't say stuff like that because it's not true. Because if someone was to ask me about these things in a normal environment, in a sit-down debate, and say, can you prove these to me? I couldn't. And I felt ashamed. So I stopped saying it because it's not true. I don't hate men. I don't feel oppressed. And that's not
No
to
one's
say I've never
even
been
hating
victim
men.
of
Like, what does that even...
especially by
I know, they feel like it sometimes.
and I think a lot of you, especially women, will know exactly, unfortunately, what I'm talking about. That's not to say that, because I have. And as unfortunate as it is, that doesn't mean that all men are terrible. That means that that one man was terrible. And to think about the things I was saying, that the menace of society, who keeps it running? My dad gets up at 4 in the morning to go to work, even though...
Well, they do. But that's because they do, not because they should.
He has been retired for years and he doesn't need to work. But he wants to because he finds a passion in his work and he thinks he's, giving something back to the world by doing that and fixing things and, helping his family. He feels useful. He keeps the world running, and so do a lot of men. What about the men that are fighting in wars and things like that? Do you hate them too? And I was so embarrassed because it's like, how can you say stuff like that when you can't actually defend it? And so I've stopped saying that because I can't subscribe to this kind of idea. As I've said before, I don't feel like I have been denied all of these things. And again, I'm not talking about globally because I do recognize that there's these global cases and global instances that we need to speak about and we need to talk about. But again,
Do you
I
though?
think that everyone is now in this binary, as ironic as that is. Everyone is
Who's
now saying,
being the
well,
binary
if
one? What is...
you don't believe that you are actively being oppressed, then you are denying that oppression exists. No, that's not true. I can say I am not oppressed and I don't feel it. I don't feel that me just being a woman and existing as a woman is a threat to my existence. However, I can recognize that that can be different to other people.
Okay, but that's not what you're doing. You're erasing theirs.
Not all men are absolutely terrible, but I can recognize that there's a huge issue that is fundamental in some things that we do or say or whatever that may be. And I am more than willing to have these conversations. I think they are so important to have. I think they aid society and keep us evolving. But you're not allowed to have those. Because as soon as you say, well, I don't feel... someone was going to jump in and say, well, I had breakfast this morning, so world hunger doesn't exist. And they shut you down. And that's not the case. You
Well,
can say one
I mean...
while also recognizing another. They can be
You can't, though.
and
The
so,
two are mutually exclusive.
I don't feel like right now I'm being denied opportunities simply because I exist as a woman. I also don't subscribe to this idea of saying that to other women. I don't think that we should sit there and say things like, just because you are a woman, then you are going to be capped because of the glass ceiling. You're never going to get to the top. All men are going to hate you and use you. I think that is such terrible advice, and I could never imagine looking at my daughter telling her men are your enemy. Right? I could never imagine giving her a phone where someone on the internet is going to tell her that, and they are going to tell her that. I could never imagine saying to my daughter, because you are a woman who is white, you are in some way guilty of something that has happened.
No one is saying that.
Hundreds of years ago on a different continent to you.
No one is.
I could never imagine them saying that to my daughter, to someone on the phone. I think that is insane. And I can never imagine talking to someone else's child, saying because your skin color is different to mine, you are forever going to be the victim. You'll never achieve the same as my daughter whose skin color is white. That is so evil. How can you say that? How can you then go on and say that you want to fix things by telling people that they are victims? I have recently read a study that talked about victimhood and the way we seek victimhood. Essentially, it was women who were putting scars on the face to go to a job interview. And just before they left, the person who was organising the study said, let me just touch it up real quick, and they actually removed the scar, but the person didn't know. So they thought they were going to a job interview with a huge scar on the face, but there was nothing there. And they said, hey, let me know at the end of this interview if you feel like you were being discriminated against, if you feel like the interviewer was talking about the scar on your face, if you feel like they were actually making suggestions or comments, you know, inversely on
I need to see this study.
feel like you were discriminated against with this particular scar that wasn't actually there. And they came back and said, yes, I was discriminated against, which to me tells me that if you tell people that they are a victim, they will be discriminated against, they will look for that victimhood. They will look for that discrimination where there may be nothing there. And I think that distracts us from the real, very important conversations about equality and inclusivity that we need to have. I don't understand what the actual point of that is. Why would you tell that to someone? Why would you tell a child that they never amount to anything because of someone else? And then send them into the world with this idea that everyone that looks a certain way is the enemy, is the oppressor, or at one point has been, so doesn't deserve respect, or they need to be wary about that person. I am washing my hands of that ideology. I will not be one to continue that. And I think I finally got to a point where this internal feeling of, oh my god, people around me must think that I'm crazy. I must be crazy. Like, I am thinking different to everyone around me. This feeling is suddenly overshadowed by this other feeling that's telling me, you need to speak your mind while you still have an opportunity to speak your mind, while you are lucky enough to be in a Western country, to be born in a Western country, where you are freely able to express yourself, and you have that freedom of speech. And you have to tell people that you think that this may not be the way forward. You are able to use this big platform, even if you reach one other person or two other people that never knew you existed before, and to tell them it's okay to have different opinions. It's okay to debate. It's okay to share those opinions. And it's okay to understand other people's views. And that goes both ways. Again, I have never signed a particular, ideological view. I've never said that I've always said that I'm kind of in the middle, but I was definitely left leaning, and if anything came out of my mouth in a political debate or a discussion, it would be something that a leftist would say. And so maybe if anything, I was really on the left, and I just didn't realize because I wasn't doing it overtly. So maybe that's what it was. But
you don't get to just decide. Oh, sorry, Radar. I keep getting worried that I'm not loud enough.
now I'm seeing people saying things like young children, if they are expressing
Alright, am I louder? Barely?
and show interest in the opposite gender,
I am though,
they
so
are
that's fine.
trans, and it is shocking and upsetting and incredibly heartbreaking to see grown adults pushing some children and not actually listening and prioritizing their health and their well-being, but prioritizing either their fame because they want to get on TV or write books about it or go around the world.
I mean, the ones doing that to children is the right, not the left. Did I hear her right? I'm trying to focus on her.
Political debate or a discussion, it would be something that a leftist would say. And so maybe, if anything, I was really on the left, and I just didn't realize because I wasn't doing it overtly. So maybe that's what it was. But right now, I'm seeing people saying things like young children, if they are expressing hobbies and show interest in the opposite gender, they are trans, and it is shocking and upsetting.
No one's saying that. People are saying that people are saying that, but no one's saying that.
And incredibly heartbreaking to see grown adults pushing some children and not actually listening and prioritizing their health and their well-being, but prioritizing either their fame because they want to get on TV or write books about it or go around the world and tour, whatever that may be, or just their own ideology, and they want to be like, look at me, look, I have one of these rare Pokemons that everyone's talking about right now. That's how it feels. And instead of sending them to therapy and understanding and dealing with it, they are starting to say things like children should be transitioning at a very young age, below 18, and to me, that it in my gut, in my heart, that's like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Like, by like even 16, man. Like, kids know. Kids fucking know. I wouldn't even be mad about surgery at 16, but that's not happening. It's not a thing that's happening.
Oh, whoa, slow down, slow down. You just need a second to breathe. Tell me why. Show me the evidence. But if you just question it, then you are called something. And I also have this strong feeling of, I don't think this is right when the most inclusive, inclusive community is pushing someone out of the way because they stand in the way of the narrative. So for example, let's take any community. If you take, for example, the left-leaning fat positivity community, the fat acceptance community, as soon as a fat person loses weight and says, actually, I wasn't happy, something that goes directly against the narrative, they say, you have no voice here. And they are shunned. And I've even talked about in videos before.
I don't know where all these people are being shunned. I'm not saying any of this. I guess I don't hang out on 4chan.
You don't mean you are super inclusive and you want to hear everyone's opinion. You only want to hear the opinion of people who agree with you and your cause. Because as soon as that fat person no longer supports your narrative and says the same things as you, and actually dares to say something different, you shun them. Recently, there's been this big push against people who have detransitioned, who are saying, hey, actually, even though I was, saying the same things that you were saying, now I've gone through it. Now I've had this lived experience, and I don't believe the things that you are saying and pushing for. And they are completely shunned. They are either harassed, they are made.
The amount of detransitioners that say that they are detransitioned because they are unhappy that they transitioned, like, the reasons that they say these things are environmental, financial. They couldn't afford their meds. Their family was mean. They got kicked out. Countless reasons. They lost their job. Like, there's countless reasons why someone would detransition. And it's hardly ever anybody who feels this way.
Made fun of. And so again, this very inclusive community who are saying things like, listen to trans people, and not listening to trans people who have said, hey, I don't agree with you. They are now the enemy. How does that work? I cannot personally, I couldn't defend that argument. I don't know how do you defend that? How do you say it? Do you say, well, I shun them because I don't like them, I shun them because they have a different opinion than me? How do you actually genuinely reason that decision to say to them, you are no longer part of the community? Why not? Why does that happen? Another thing is that I've seen this video the other day, and I think that this was the video that really pushed me to make this one. I am pro-choice. I will always be pro-choice. I believe that you should have a right to a healthy and safe abortion. I do believe that, and I always will, because I know that there's so many different circumstances. I think that that should be coupled with early and really good quality sex education, so that we can prevent unnecessary or unwanted pregnancy, so that we don't have to perform these abortions. However, I do I do think that education and preventative measures should go hand in hand before abortion is the last resort of because it has a big impact on an individual.
It doesn't always, though. Like, that's the thing. Like, oh yeah, you should be pro-choice, except being pro-choice means that you don't even care that you're killing a baby. Like, if you don't believe that you're doing anything wrong, it might not, and you never wanted kids, like, you don't have any effects from it. You don't care. If you're someone like me, you don't even care who knows. I don't know. I guess it's something I should be embarrassed. Like, I don't.
But I will always be pro-choice. I will always understand that women have to have control over their bodies. I do believe that. Why am I now seeing people who are so pro-choice that I actually would rather step away from them? I have seen this video of this woman who says that if she ever has an abortion, she's gonna have a party.
This lady's
of
hilarious.
aborted fetuses, and
This lady is so
aborted,
funny.
Aborted fetus like themed party, and they're gonna have joy in that. They're gonna be so happy about it.
Straight up, though,
Look at her.
If I ever have to have an abortion,
Oh my god, she's so funny.
I'm gonna have a fucking party. I'm like gonna have like cupcakes with like aborted fetuses drawn on them, lots of snacks, I'm gonna come up with some sort of cocktail and call it fetus, and me and all of my friends are just gonna hang out, eat a bunch of yummy dead fetus.
Choice, but that is
Take yourself a little less seriously, girl.
Yeah.
That's funny.
And understanding the gravity of the situation you're talking about. So I don't want to be associated with people like that. I don't want to have people say, well, this person's pro-choice and you're pro-choice, so you're the same, you're in the same group. No. I will always be pro-choice, but I can recognize unhinged behavior when I see it. I also see this constant demonization of women who don't want to work. I see this demonization of
Women
the 9
who
to
don't
5 because
want
it's a
to
rat
work.
race, because it's
I mean,
so gross. How could
Of course
you
we don't
that?
want to work.
I see people attacking women who are stay-at-home mums who choose to have children.
Nobody is doing that.
A traditional woman where she doesn't want to work, she just wants to have babies. And now suddenly that's a problem too.
No, it's not.
They'll tell you if you
I don't know what else to
losing
say. No,
weight,
it's not.
You are a racist. If you are not losing weight, then you are a racist. If you are finding big bodies attractive, then that's fetishizing. If you are not, then you are fatphobic. If you want to have control over who you
This
are
lady
having
literally
sex with,
listens to
then
everything
that's
everyone says
whatever
around
ism that
her.
is because someone else thinks that you should be attracted to them. And I'm seeing people who are saying my community or people who
Yeah, I don't care why you don't want to work. I'm good with it.
better because we are more inclusive and you can feel safe with us and we are all these nice things and you know we accept people. And then the people who either question what they're saying or have a different opinion are being doxxed, being harassed, being threatened. And I personally cannot sit there and be like, yeah, that's the same community I belong to, that's the same political views I have.
You
So
don't
I
decide,
do believe I'm right
like,
in the middle. I agree with some
you don't, like,
things,
pick a
and
side.
I'm very much either still considering or educating myself on others, or simply just not agreeing with that. Because I think that there needs to be a limit, and I think it's going to be such a refreshing thing for me to finally be able to say, actually, no, I don't agree with this. And for those people who want to stay and listen, and for those who are like, no, I can't deal with that, for them to find their own people and for them to find their own community. And if they just want to listen to people who repeat the same, 5 sentences or 5 arguments over and over again, then
go
that's
listen to a
not gonna
right-winger.
be here, because here I want to challenge my own and
Oh,
everyone else's perspectives,
okay.
and I want to, think out loud, and I want to have discussions.
We'll be there though,
without feeling
since
like
she left a
there
lot.
is a script I need to follow, and if I don't follow it, then I'm gonna get doxxed, I'm gonna get harassed, I'm gonna be called all these names. My employers are gonna be called by the most accepting community that there is. And I think one of the major things
Not us
is,
making those
as I'm
calls.
growing up and actually considering having children or adopting children, because guys, that actually having my own biological children is something that I'm not super on board with. I've talked about it. I said more than likely probably not for me. That may change, but more than likely probably not for me. However, adoption or fostering is something that I would consider, and I would love to do that at one point in my life. However, I cannot publicly say things are acceptable that in my mind, in my head, and in my heart, I would feel terrible if I sent my child to school either doing or accepting. For example, we talked about the trans teacher who was, teaching students with huge prosthetic fetish gear on. And people were expecting me to say,
Oh my God,
this is who they are, let them do that.
No.
I would not send my child to a school like that.
That was...
I would fear.
That's not even a trans person. That's a guy. That's not even it was not even a person who says they're trans.
For their safety, I would fear for the professionalism of that school. I would fear for simple safety in terms of this is not safe to have around electrical equipment.
Or at least I don't
that
think
wig
so.
Is gonna catch on fire. This is not school uniform, whatever that may be. Like,
are you talking about the music?
I would not,
If so, I don't
can't
know.
tell
It's
you
just a
things
Twitch
I don't believe.
soundtrack.
I can't tell you things that I question in my head and then spew few things
I like it though.
that
I like the music a
don't
lot.
agree with. That's not right. That is so disrespectful both to me and to you. So I'm not gonna do that anymore. I also have a lot of people, you know, criticizing me because I do take comedy for what it is. I think Ricky Gervais is absolutely hilarious. I do. I have watched him for years at this point. Do I agree with everything he says? No. So sometimes I don't find a joke funny and I'm like,
yeah,
that wasn't for me.
Most normal people do that, correct.
I don't think that comedy is a reason to have a breakdown, and for a lot of people it is, and a lot of people take it very seriously. And so what those people can do is not watch that. Where I have a problem is coming in and saying, well, I don't enjoy this comedy or this TV show, so you shouldn't be watching it either. You can make a request and, you know, present your arguments and say this is why, but it's not up to you to just tell people and they have to do it. I think that is just incredible. I think that we are losing the innocence of comedy, and we are losing the fact that we can just have that distance to ourselves. There's a lot of the time where, you know,
I don't get the comedy argument.
I went through.
I really don't. I wish someone would explain it to me.
A little bit traumatizing. That I went through that were, you know, quite terrible things.
Oh.
And I can laugh at that because I know it's not a personal attack.
I don't know.
Attacking me personally, and
I feel bad I'm not saying anything, but
they're just making a funny
I feel
joke.
like she's just fucking
A lot of the time it's also
talking
dark
about
comedy is very
her
popular.
own shit
I don't
and
have a
then
problem with it.
generalizing
And
it.
I cannot be around people who can't take the joke. And I've always been like that, to the point where I'm like,
yeah,
like,
I mean, there's lots of people who can't take a joke. Don't stay away, you know, just stay away from those people.
Not
Sure.
on the same frequency. I wouldn't sit there and joke at it in an inappropriate moment. But if I choose to go to a comedy show, then I choose to go to a comedy show, and I choose to laugh at the things that make me laugh. That doesn't mean I agree with them. That doesn't mean that I have some kind of, you know, some kind of bias against the people. That doesn't mean that it's even about a certain person. Sometimes it's a concept. Sometimes the concept is so ridiculous you have to laugh. And unfortunately, that's not allowed anymore, or it's starting to get to a point where that's not allowed. We are also becoming so incredibly sensitive. And this is what I think, again, was one of the big reasons. There've been a mounting and a mounting.
I mean, we've become more, like, aware, but certainly not more sensitive.
And that's scary to me.
We've just heard voices that we previously didn't hear.
Had a very,
that's all. The internet is a wonderful thing.
Where I said, did you read 1984 by George Orwell? And do you see any
yeah.
You know, similarities?
I wonder, do you? Yes,
and
because we're fucking living that shit right now.
Audible. And it was very weird because I was listening to it on Audible, and there's a
wait for it. This is pretty good.
Back and re-editing
She's an idiot.
and newspapers in order to make it whatever the narrative is at the time in that society. And then I watched a video where I believe Dr. Seuss and another.
These are all changes. Keep in mind when she talks about this, these are all changes made by the author. Yeah, Dave Chappelle stepped one foot down that path, and we said, "Don't do that, Dave." And he said, "Oh yeah, watch me," and it was gone. I don't know what to tell you about Dave Chappelle. Oh my gosh, can't remember what she was saying now. Oh, keep in mind, Roald Dahl made these changes, and like not all of them are like necessary or like a big deal. 1984 is happening. The example is more that they're taking all the books off the shelves in Florida because DeSantis, I hope this doesn't count as brandishing a weapon. Please don't ban me, Twitch. The books being taken out of the libraries in Florida because DeSantis has made it an anti-woke rule, and they have no idea what could and could not be woke in our state. Like, that is 1984.
Another children's author, and Roald Dahl. So I think this is the dude that came up with Matilda. Their books are being edited, and for example, words like fat are being taken out. So in one of the books, and I think this is Willy Wonka, the word enormously fat was taken out, and the word enormous was just in there. So no one can be described in those books as fat anymore, but they can be described as
I
enormous.
think fat's fine. I don't.
And the word
I
beast.
think ugly is not a great word. I don't think fat is a bad word.
The concept of editing books that were written a while ago to fit the agenda and the political climate of today is terrifying to me. Terrifying. And I can't imagine why we're
this music behind her saying terrifying is pretty good.
Make it what it is now. That's dark. To me, that is so dark. And I don't agree with that. And I'm not going to be on the board with people who are like, yeah, this is great. Let's do that. No, I know. If you want books to be more inclusive and amazing and all of these stuff, write them. Write new stuff to reflect today's society. Stop changing classic things or old stuff to fit your idea of what that should have been like. We have a lot of stuff that we need to learn from. We have books like,
correct.
Was it To Kill a Mockingjay or Mockingbird?
Mockingbird, yeah.
But a class that my friend was in had to read it for English literature, and that is a very dark book, and that is about something that was very much a reality at the time, and it isn't now. So we need to look at these things to understand it, to learn from it.
Yes.
Imagine if we went back and edited it, and then made it something different.
No one wants to edit To Kill a Mockingbird. We want to keep To Kill a Mockingbird.
Yet, but we're starting to edit them now.
We don't want to ban books.
It's very scary. Another thing that I'm seeing that I just simply don't understand is the push for labels. I thought we were trying to get away from it. I thought our parents and our parents were trying to say, hey, don't label me. I am just who I am. I love who I love. I'm this kind of person, and I am just a person. You shouldn't care about anything else. Let's ditch the labels. We're all people. And now we're saying all cis-het white men are this. All cis-het white men. No one is saying that. If you don't explicitly tell me who you're sleeping with on a regular basis, like, you need to tell me that so I know what you are. We're not looking at character anymore. We're not looking at who people are as personality-wise.
Well, we're not, but that's not the left wing doing that. The left wing does that.
Entire personalities. And I don't mean this is an important part of my life. I'm gonna, just carry that with pride. That's different. I'm talking about my entire platform is based on my mental illness. And I'm talking about influences that are literally influencing people. We've talked about this, to get functional movement disorders based on that are developing tics because they're watching TikToks of people with supposed Tourette's and are almost like developing Tourette's, and they have to be put in rehab with
like who?
Like weeks to recover. We've talked about this in my last video.
I have not heard of this story.
Because that
sounds very sus and weird.
I don't mean people who are proud of that part of them, who want to raise awareness. That's different. I'm talking about people who solely focus the entire platform on just that and nothing else. There's no information. There's no like, if you feel like you may have this, if you need help or
people
support,
create content the way we want to create content. Jeez.
Watch me do this. Watch me do
that. Who cares? Get yours.
People are being affected.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
But let's put that aside. Let's talk about the fact that, again, we went from don't label me to now being like, you have to be labeled. What minority do you belong to? What do you identify as? Do we just not look at people's personalities anymore? Do we just not have conversations about our achievements, our hobbies, our houses, our partners, our jobs, our pets, our political views, our moral beliefs, our religions? Do we not talk about that anymore? Not talk as in interrogate people, but just have conversations about that where we can walk away from that, not saying I made an ally or I made an enemy, but just saying that was a nice conversation, or that wasn't a great conversation. I agree with that person.
This I kind of agree with, actually.
I don't get it. I don't get
this. I kind of agree with.
Push for labels and labeling other people.
Just that one little teeny bit.
I don't understand it.
The rest is all bullshit.
For now, I think that is all of the things I wanted to talk about and touch on, and just give you a little bit of a informative video. I will be carrying on with the content that I do want to do, and that is content that I find interesting and important, and I understand that it's not for everyone. I am expecting 100% my subscriber count to just plummet
and I respect that. That's absolutely fine. This is not what you signed up for when Tom Harlock first mentioned my videos, you know, like 3 years ago, something like that, when he was like, this is a funny compilation channel, you know, this is the kind of video I watched here, and then all of you came over. Like, I respect that so much, and I thank you, and I don't expect you to watch content that you don't agree with and that makes you miserable. I don't want that. And I do think that I just want to be able to express myself and talk about controversial things, talk about things
I think
that
we're probably
I
done
want to
with this
speak
video
about.
now.
And I think in this day and age, asking for freedom of expression and media is not too much to ask for. So that's what I'm asking for. If it's not for you, I respect that. If you can't,
All right,
you know,
girl.
if you don't like it,
Shush.
that's fine.
We're done with that. All right. That's all quilting stuff for later. I already did that. Anyone got any ideas for me? If not, it's okay. I'll figure something out. Where is my Twitch stream? Okay. Oh, why am I not seeing? Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah, I know. It's okay, Ritter. I'll figure something. There's got to be some debates or something that's happened recently, huh? Oh, should I do it? You guys, oh, should I do it? I could rant about ableism for a while. I'm pretty fired up. We could look at Poly People's talk with Finster and Keppels. I don't want to ruin such a chill vibe, but I really do need to talk about that one. All right, I'm warning you, she's incredibly ableist.
I believe this is the first.
Okay, so. Some background to know is that Keppels is a trans woman. Keppels is just, you know, I don't know that's relevant here, but Keppels is a transitioned trans woman. She has been bullied. She's autistic. She's been bullied. She's been chased around the world, literally. She took down kiwi farms. She plays raft, and she does like debate, like political content. She is kind of in the like Vosh, Demon Mama, Xander Hall, Serps, Doe friend group there. And then Finster, the person they're talking about, is a cis man who dresses and passes like a female, passes like no one I've ever seen. It's craziness. But he's completely cis. His voice, like when his voice comes out, it's very like discordant. And so this debate does give you the impression that Finster does like, and you are going to hear the T slur, trap, not the other one, but you are going to hear trap. It's not, I guess it's not so bad anymore, but like I thought it was, but so yeah, I think that's all I need to tell you about it ahead of time. As far as I know now, Finster does not do the trap content that Poly People talks about anymore. And he doesn't really like that he did all that content, so we'll see.
First time we've chatted, and so, you know, thank you for considering chatting with me.
Oh, I figured you deserved at least a conversation on it. This topic seems to really upset you.
Oh, I would say that, well, okay, here's the most upsetting thing about it is...
And Keffels really is down to talk to everybody. She really, truly is.
Is not necessarily the topic itself. Well, you know, the topic itself is upsetting enough. It's the sort of the well poisoning, the sort of, you know, straw manning and dismissing of the very real critiques, I think, of Finn's content that have made it difficult. Like, you know, I've sort of resigned myself to people sort of responding to me saying you're just jealous, Polly, or you're or now you're trying to control what people wear. You're basically a turf. So, you know, like that's been, you know, and it's come from the trans people. And I know, I have to guess that that's been the result of some of the, you know, not just you, but other content creators sort of not taking the critique seriously and being dismissive of them.
So what's the critique?
Well,
in your opinion?
Yeah, okay. So if I could sort of briefly describe it, when you create content and you lean heavily into tropes such as like I'm a trap, you know, like if you've built your entire existence on the hey, I'm actually a man, lol, but I look.
The problem here is that she's right. She is correct that this would be a problem. What she's describing, I don't like. And I think that's okay. I don't, but that's not what Finster does. And so the issue is the misrepresentation of it.
Just like a woman, and I've, you know, you're gay because you like me, or I fooled you.
He used to do some of this content, to be clear. I think I said that. I can't remember.
And your entire presentation is, you know, on the surface, completely indistinguishable from a trans woman's experience. I mean, I thought he was a trans woman. That's why I sort of let it slide, right? Because, you know, I'm a trans woman.
Yeah, like
hold on.
Like if you did, okay, why would you hold on? Like, like already.
Well, I thought you wanted to hear me out.
I am, but like immediately you're all.
But it's a conversation.
Already saying you weren't even familiar with who Finn was or Finn's content before jumping to that conclusion.
Well, no, because I've familiarized myself with it. Like I'm not just popping off here. What I'm trying to describe to you is I can understand why people might not quite pick up what I'm putting down here, because you know you sort of look at the content at first glance, you're like, this is just a trans woman being trans, right, being edgy, but when you look deeper into it and you become more familiar with his history, you know his entire platform is built off of transphobic shit. And so like that is, you could tell me I'm
Finn's entire platform built on transphobia.
Well, his entire thing is trap content, like fooling people into saying, "Look, you're gay for liking me. I'm actually a woman."
Like, I think it's funny if someone walks into if you're Finster and someone walks into your stream, and you're like, they're like, "Oh, you're so hot," and Finster's like, "Haha, you're gay. Trapped you." I don't think that's a problem, because Finster didn't do anything to like trap anybody. He's joking. He be like, it's not the same thing. There was no trap set, you know.
Well, I fooled you sort of stuff. Like, how does the trans community not take strays from that? And how is it okay for him to lean into those kind of tropes when he doesn't pay the price for it?
I mean, objectively, as someone who identifies as a cis man, if a straight man thinks that they're attracted to Finn, they're gay.
Do you understand that? Just
I don't think it's that black and white, but I don't know.
Saying it like that in such a bald sort of way in isolation. Don't you see that why that enables transphobes to say that we're like not real, or that we're actually traps?
No, like I feel like they're gonna do this regardless.
Yeah, I feel like the harm needs to be demonstrated here, right? I don't know.
Okay.
Finn is a man.
Okay.
Finn's always identified as
okay. Okay, but like transphobes don't care about that, and people who are not who are not well, I guess, you know, super in tune with trans issues are not going to think there's a dime's worth of difference between Finn saying, haha, I fooled you, look, you know, I'm just a man who looks every bit as much as a woman, and some other actually trans content creator that does the same thing, or would do the same thing, except the harm that comes from that falls solely on the trans community, or largely unfairly on the trans community, which is a much more marginalized community.
Really do not understand how you're coming to the conclusion that Finn increases the amount of transphobia in the world.
So if
if anyone can steel man poly people's argument, please do.
If you lean into any trope, like if you
because I think that
sort of,
she's kind of right, but I can't put my finger on why it's an issue
sort of,
as far as this argument goes.
Racist jokes that are obviously racist in a way to sort of straw man like racism. You're going to have racial minorities taking strays and being harmed by that. Like the furthering of tropes, like are you saying I need to prove to you that the furthering of transphobic tropes hurts the trans community? Like that's not a given to you?
So, would you equally take offense when trans women who are doing sex work play into these tropes on incredibly large platforms because they know that it sells?
Finn is not trans. Finn is cis.
I mean, there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, so I don't really care if people doing sex work do that. If it's yeah, no, I don't think that's the same.
Trans women that do that, trans women are doing that, and they are doing it, one, because they have to. They live in a transphobic society. They're doing the best they can, and it's, you know, to say those two things are the same blows my mind.
No, because if you're making,
are you going to pretend like there's not a difference between those two things?
No, but I feel like if you're making this argument, it would actually be more harmful for trans people to do it because they're more representative of the trans community than Finn ever will be.
The average person who's going to
I don't know. This is weird.
Transphobic tropes are transphobic people. Are you kidding me? So like, it doesn't matter to the average transphobe whether Finn's doing or trans women are doing. It's not a dime worth.
What I'm really curious about is when Polly talks to people. When Polly people talks to Finn after this. I've heard that goes. Finn's a sweetheart, man. I don't know if you watched the new Philosophy Tube, but Finn's in that. Finn's just a sweet guy. That's all Finn is. He's just having fun, living his best life. That's all.
Receives none of the fucking fallout from furthering transphobic tropes, and the other person is doing it because they have to and faces all of the fallout anyway. The fact that you are making this argument,
hey, these are not straight,
shows me why you're not really thinking.
I need to
about
focus here.
and why I'm actually kind of disappointed in how you've engaged with this topic in its entirety. I thought you would at least be somewhat charitable to the obvious position here that, like, Finn doing something transphobic essentially is not the same as some sex worker.
Finn is doing anything transphobic.
Okay, well, would you just...
I'm not convinced.
Would you deny that he's furthering transphobic tropes?
No, I actually think that Finn is doing good at presenting a role model for gender nonconforming men and is making the world a less transphobic place with their platform.
Okay, so then if you don't think somebody saying, haha, I'm a trap, if you if your position is as a fucking cis man that the strays that are obviously going to be taken by the trans community, he's entitled to do that for whatever reason you're coming up with, and I can see why people are unreachable on this.
I'm more interested in their conversation because you'll see when this kind of derails a little bit.
It's like, oh, so you think being a woman is a performance? You think you can just like dress up like a woman and do a show and dance?
Drag queens don't say I'm a trap. Like it's different.
What are you talking about? I have seen so many drag queens.
Yeah, that's not.
Okay, but they're not.
That's a similar. Honestly, yeah, I think it's a very similar.
Argument is so stupid.
That I think is similar.
Because drag queens
actually,
go out of their way to not even look like cis women. They're like caricatures, for fuck's sake. It is an artistic endeavor. What Finn's doing is essentially saying I'm a trap and winking and nodding and looking exactly like a trans woman, but saying I'm not. I'm
exactly like a trans woman.
I'm a
what
trap.
Does a trans woman look
so
like
because he doesn't pass complete, like because he passes too much, like that's like I don't want to please people this badly.
And is clearly like doing it to appeal to transphobic sensibilities. And what makes it problematic is because he is not trans and he doesn't suffer the consequences of those actions. Like, there's very good reason to critique his behavior on a fucking equitable sort of don't punch down sort of basis. Like, it seems relatively obvious to me that, like, if you are in a more privileged position, why is it acceptable for you to engage in behavior for clout and to grow your platform in ways that are obviously going to have fallout with people far more fucking
this implication that it's for clout is
more
like
subject to those same sort of transphobic attacks without even asking for it. People call me a trap and I don't even have to do any trappy trapperson type shit that he does.
Okay.
So he's making it easier for them to say you're all traps anyway. You all look the same to me. This is an easy argument.
No, I don't think that. Like I think that.
Well, I guess okay, I guess that's like.
Yeah, she's like not gotten to talk like at all.
That's not a response to the critique. That's not a helpful.
To formulate my response.
Yeah, she's trying to say it.
Like, as I said, like, I think that transphobia is going to be a thing regardless of whether or not Finn does what they're doing, which has very little to do with the trans community. Like, Finn's made it very clear, I'm not a trans person, I am just a cross-dresser.
Yeah, it's a
cross-dresser. One of your mods actually said, Finn isn't gender non-conforming, a cross-dresser, or a femboy. He isn't doing this because he likes to dress this way. He is.
He's doing this because he likes to dress this way.
It's like, why is it that your community is trying to police a gender non-conforming person's expression?
Yeah.
Why is that okay?
Well, I could go back to what I just said. What's not okay is furthering transphobic tropes.
This is a person who does not take in feedback. This is a person who does not take in feedback from the world around her. She doesn't listen. She doesn't listen.
So wait, you're just going to completely ignore that? That it's like...
What are you talking about? Are you trying to me to answer for somebody what somebody said? I mean, fuck, do you want me to go through every dumb fuck... I mean, I don't even think that's a bad point necessarily. But do you want me to... Do you want me to go through... Hold on. Do you want me to answer for everything that everybody has said that you've sort of said? Get the fuck out of here. Why don't you just sort of...
Wait, when did I say that?
Why don't
you said that?
Why don't you engage with what I'm saying?
Or the opposite.
I could explain to you why that statement on Twitter may actually have some merit, but it's going to have a more nuanced discussion. But we can't even get there when you are unable to accept that somebody who does transphobic tropes as a cis person has problematic content. Like, if we can't get there, then we're not even at stage one.
It depends if they're doing tropes or if they're being a trope, because that's who they are. Like, that's different.
Where are we drawing the line on what's just
Finn is not a trans woman. Finn is not going to be harmed by the...
By how we currently define trans, maybe not.
Trans people by the furtherance of transphobic tropes.
But why are we also why are we policing our borders so badly either? I don't think we need to do that.
Okay, but does that make Finn cis?
Huh?
So like a non.
Okay, so I don't know why you're playing word games with me here.
I'm not
Finn
playing
Word
word
games.
is not a
She's
trans
literally just
person,
trying to talk
or
to
at
you.
least
I never said that.
Not okay. Then what are you talking about then? I mean, are you trying to have it both ways here?
Define what cis is, because you're trying to use Finn as cis as a way to dismiss.
Yeah, but he says he's cis. He says he's cis, and he puts
Yes.
up on his. And the way he proves he's cis is he pins on his like Twitter or whatever. Here's my birth certificate, and I'm a man. Like one that has a two-prong effect. Is
cares?
One, it says that I'm cis, but it also winks and nods to his trans audience.
No,
Look,
like,
I care about
he's
my
not being a
assigned
trap
gender
if
birth
he's-
just like you do. Like
he even if he jokes about being a trap, he's clearly not being a trap. He's not trying to fool anybody. So what's the problem?
I mean, like, you can't. I mean, come on. Like, are we gonna be stupid and just sort of like let him have it both ways just
I'm not
because he's a
being
large
stupid.
content creator?
No, I'm not being stupid.
I mean,
think it's
I hate being
Three.
dogpiled as much as the next person, right? Like,
Right, but it's like you're willing to with
Took 3 false starts. 3.
your community and your mods. Those are your mods who are just like, okay, I can police the behavior of gender non-conforming people. It's completely okay to do. And when I asked you about this, you just get angry and say, oh, you think I can police everything? You think that I can just control everything? But it's like, no. These are the people who moderate your community. You have a responsibility for that. They represent you.
Okay, but hold on a second. Like, the essential argument here is not changed, and that tweet is essentially in line with what I'm saying. Like, you
You're
can't.
saying that
You
Finn
can't.
is
Hold
not
on.
a cross-dresser.
Could you let me finish? The essential problem.
She-
like,
If she had listened to that, she could have responded in a tailored way to that. But no, she's just dismissing it. She's going to say what she's going to say, no matter what. Not listening. Yes, I'm telling you, I told you.
Whether or not he's a cross-dresser is saying he's not a cross-dresser. By the way, I assume the sentiment behind that is that what he's doing is essentially appealing to the transphobic sensibilities of the average person and furthering transphobic tropes for content. That's not what cross-dressers do. Cross-dressers dress in gender non-conforming ways and play with gender because they are expressing themselves. They are not trying to grow their platform at the expense of more marginalized people. Right? Just to sort of say, Polly, you're trying to police people's...
There's just no evidence for that being his motivation.
People's presentation is incredibly bad faith. Like, well...
It's just two completely different arguments you're sort of smashing together.
Well, no, that's what you're doing. So like...
How am I doing that?
Well, you're having a difficult time trying to like explain why furthering transphobic tropes is not that bad, and the only thing you're saying is I disagree and you can't prove that, which is wrong, and you should never force some fucking member of a marginalized community to prove that furthering tropes that are harmful to them are somehow harmful to them. I mean, but now you're pivoting to something else.
That trans people are somehow the arbiters of gender nonconformity when other people can express gender nonconformity however they like.
No, I mean, no, that's a straw man. Like, trans people are the most able to detect and are the most likely to fall victim to the furtherance of transphobic tropes that others use to further whatever interests they have.
No, it's just you're not even responding to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're trying to straw man me, and you're getting frustrated that I'm not following.
Yeah, no, seriously. Abigail's amazing. Abigail can do almost no wrong.
I'm not sure.
That was honestly, I think it was way. I think.
Okay, I'm not sure where to go with this because
I really think it was Abigail's way of like,
being owned in the marketplace
saying like, no,
high school debate lord
he's one of us. Leave him alone.
But like, again, the fact remains that when members of the trans community have a valid criticism here about a non-trans content creator who has made their fucking entire platform from day one, essentially, doing transphobic type trap content and the like, saying, look, I think you are for your own interests furthering the very kind of tropes and very kind of beliefs that are harmful to people like me. Like, it is super disappointing that some of the larger trans content creators, which I hasten to add are much smaller than the trans quote unquote content creator who Finn is, are completely unwilling to hear that this critique. I mean, it's super disappointing. And instead, like, you're just straw manning me and saying something that a mod said, completely out of the context of what that we're talking about right now.
Yeah, I mean, your community seems to really have an issue with gender nonconforming people.
I mean, you could keep lying and saying that.
Like, she doesn't even. She doesn't even ask why or how.
I have the receipt right here. It's
What
just like, here's your mod.
Okay, all right. So like, you're literally straw manning. They're like, one of your mods, Polly, says this, and I'm going to interpret this way, and I'm going to ignore everything you said, and then hold that against you.
You were in the same conversation. You could have told your mod not to do that.
Okay, all right. So I need to answer for every straw man interpretation.
I don't agree with making people answer for mods like all the time. But if she was literally in the same conversation, yeah, of course she's going to tell her mods how she wants her community to be. And she should, and I guess not.
Interpretation that you come up with about somebody that's from my community has said, and then you're going to hold that against me.
Your moderators.
You are just coming up with another way to silence criticism at this point. Like, you're not going to say,
I apologize for the break, but I've got to get up and get water. And
community is terrible.
I'll be right back. Yeah, still active, of course.
The majority of this conversation has been me asking you questions and you getting mad at me asking questions.
Well, I don't think that's an accurate representation of the discussion because your questions don't really follow from the discussion. You just, like. So I ask again. Do you think that it? I will say this in the most gentle, or I will ask this in the most gentle way that I can.
Is it the same thing about furthering transphobic tropes? Because when I asked about when trans people do the same thing, you say this is fine, but they have more to do with the trans community. They have a higher duty to represent the trans community.
Wait,
so it's weird that
so
you're not
you think?
holding your own community
Wait a
to the same
second. Are you
standard.
saying that trans people have a higher obligation to like control their potential like furtherance of transphobic tropes than transphobes do that are not in the trans community?
Well, okay, so when you say transphobes, are you talking about Finn?
No, I'm just trying to say, like, what you said is trans people have to behave themselves, essentially. And I'm like, wait a second, for what? Wait, trans people have to behave themselves because, and like, somebody like Finn or whatever, or even a transphobic person can do whatever they want because they're not trans? Like, this is fucking brain disease.
Yeah, I mean, by Polly's argument.
Okay, try again then. Let
She
me know.
does.
Go ahead.
If you're a trans person and you have a larger platform, you do have an obligation to some extent in order to make sure that you're doing a good enough job.
That's literally what Polly has said.
Like,
I don't know why she's disagreeing.
And that's going to be their first, like the first person they see that's trans.
But that's the essential argument, is the person who doesn't know anything is going to think, because they don't really understand the nuance in the way that you do, or a lot of people do, is that Finn is not actually trans representation. So when he does trap related, hold on, let me finish for fuck's sake. I didn't say this. I said like it's quite obvious.
Yeah, sorry. Radar.
The fact that you can't really
Hopefully
conceive
won't
of
be
the
much
idea
longer. I know this is
that
probably
the average person
awful
comes
for you.
across Finn's content being 100% clear that this is not sort of trans-related, or at least trans-tropey related content that leans heavily into fucking trap discourse, and instead saying, you much smaller trans creators need to mind your P's and Q's and don't say anything about Finn because he's not trans?
What?
Why are you being so aggressive towards me? Like, I haven't raised my voice at you once, and you're telling me to fuck off, and you're yelling at me.
On her stream.
Are you gonna answer my question or not?
Probably terrified.
No, I'm just kind of speechless by like this aggression. When
I want to talk to her
we could
so
have
bad,
a civil
but she
conversation
terrifies me.
about this.
Are you gonna answer my question, or are you not gonna answer my question?
Can you repeat the question? Like, I was
All right,
just kind of shocked ever since that.
All right, so it seems like what you're doing here is you're saying, hey, smaller trans content creators that are harmed by transphobic tropes, make sure you mind your P's and Q's. And Finn, who to the average dumb fuck looks quite a lot like a trans content creator or trans-esque content creator, you can do whatever you want, even if it harms the trans community. That's what it sounds like to me you're saying.
How does Finn look like a trans content creator?
To the average person who is just sort of clicking around, I thought he was a trans content creator until I sort of dug into the content. I was like, oh, I guess he's not. But these are a lot of transphobic tropes that we would take strays from. Like, this seems to be a super easy argument. I don't understand, like, the fucking resistance. That affects on people like you and me, that a larger non-trans content creator, they're sort of leaning into trap-related content. Like, why that's a problem and is perfectly reasonable to call out.
The average effect that Finn has is overwhelmingly positive for the trans community. In fact, I've talked to a lot of the trans people in the community.
Yeah, but that doesn't answer the question. Like, the critique can remain, right? You can do plenty of good, and I'm not even going to say there's no good that's done there. I'm just saying, like, you.
Okay, so how are we going to demonstrate the harm other than that?
That Finn, as a non-trans content creator who, to the average person who's clicking around, it's not going to be obvious to, leaning into trap-related content is problematic, and you should not do that.
No, I just think it's a silly argument.
No?
Really.
Okay,
it
it's
doesn't
silly.
have to do with.
Trying to
it
pick
is
a fight
silly.
here.
All right.
It's silly.
Okay, just let
Fight
him
I'm
do
scared to take,
transphobia, that's
but
fine.
fight
Because it's not
nonetheless.
transphobia. Finn's impact is overwhelmingly positive for both trans people and for cis men.
Okay, so let me ask you
By
this.
si-
Is calling a trans person a trap, is that transphobic?
Yeah, it is, but how's Finn doing that? Finn's not doing it.
Wait a second. You don't think he makes trap-related jokes and saying... You don't think he does that?
Yeah, he does. But it's fine. He can do that.
He can make transphobic jokes. Why?
That's not a transphobic joke. That's not transphobic jokes. Traps don't own the word trap. I mean, trans people do not own the word trap. That's not true.
Right, but like white people don't own the N-word, but that doesn't make it
What the fuck does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Well, the fact you can't see it, I think, sort of explains the disconnect here. Like
she doesn't.
You can't use slurs or like wink and nod toward slurs or like problematic tropes that are targeted at a marginalized community if you're not in the marginalized community and expect to not receive criticism for it at the very least.
What did?
Yeah, I have the same reaction.
I mean, Jesus.
How is what hard? Because
how is this hard?
People who aren't trans can totally use the word trap.
Oh, people who are not autistic
It's not a
shouldn't be
transphobic
such a
slur.
dick.
Oh, Jesus.
It can be used as one.
All
If
right.
you're calling a trans person
Or
a trap,
people who are shouldn't either, whatever.
That can be used as a slur, but
All right, so like other slurs, so if slurs are if transphobic slurs are used by a non-trans person in a way that is highly suggestive as to like the transphobic slur, but they say I don't mean it, I don't mean it that way, then it's fine with you.
I feel like it depends on the context and who it's being said to.
Okay, so yeah,
correct. Context is important.
Let's say somebody makes trap-related jokes, and in a content creator setting, and in general, this person is not trans, but to the average transphobe, they're not going to know one way or the other. The average transphobe is going to look at that and say, like, look, see, traps admit that they trap. I knew it. And they'll come over here and, to my stream and assume I'm a trap too. I don't know why, Polly, you're saying you're not a trap, because people like you, or people, who are essentially you, fucking admit it, Polly. Why don't you admit you're out there trapping and trappy trappers and everybody?
So, I think what would be a good solution to this is just more education around it, instead of trying to say that Finn is somehow harmful for doing something that doesn't really have to do with trans people.
So
there's an entire community out there of gender non-conforming men who use the term trap and cross-dress. And
all right, so
honestly, I'm happy for them.
Wait a second, you're happy? Wait, hold on. You're happy that people further trap tropes?
I'm happy that we live in a year where more men.
Yeah, it is. Intentionally so. I guess I shouldn't necessarily.
You're talking
but
about one man
that
who
it's intentional.
happened to discover.
I have no way to know that.
No, I'm not just talking about Finn.
You're talking about one man.
Yeah,
Specific,
I don't
I'm
know.
talking about the general.
Okay, but you're talking about one man who happened upon
exactly
a whole thing.
Once again, this isn't about just Finn. My argument was about the entire community of gender non-conforming men that cross-dress, and they also use the term trap.
Okay, well,
there's plenty of
I can't speak to
cross-dressers
every
who are
example
not.
of everybody using trap tropes, but I got to tell you, it should be suspect when somebody who is not going to be the target of the transphobic
Might be,
harm
though.
of the trap.
I'm sure
slur,
Finster
which is a
encounters plenty of that.
specific
No.
slur against trans women. It's a trans misogynistic slur. So if you're not a trans woman and you're using it, it's going to be suspect. I'm not saying you never could, but certainly
non-conforming men aren't
certainly fit
target of violence.
I mean, are you going to keep strawmanning me into next week? So, like,
First of all, you don't know what the term strawman means. Second of all, there have been over 370 attacks on drag events in 2022. That's against gender non-conforming men that cross-dress. How the fuck does that have to do with trans people? We're all in the same fight, and you picking this fight is harmful for our entire community.
So, Polly, shut up. Let Finn do all the transphobic shit he wants. That's what your take is.
I didn't say that, but if you want to take it that way, you can.
Correct.
I mean,
yeah,
fair enough.
Yeah, has no idea what to do.
Okay.
When someone presents a boundary, no clue what to do.
Transphobic tropes, I guess, are terrific. You heard it here first from Keffels.
Well, I'm glad that that's your takeaway from the situation, I guess.
Well, I appreciate the chat.
Yeah, likewise.
All right. Have a nice one.
You too.
People do this shit to me all the time. I can't stand it.
All right, that was something else.
Can't stand that, like, intentionally leaving you off with that feeling of like, wow, yeah, they met. Like, it's so manipulative. I don't know. I might be overstating what that is, but where was that other one? I'm guessing it's probably this one, but this is misleading apparently.
My audience might
oh,
be
it's a
surprised
2-hour
that they're in, but
conversation.
I feel like you're kind of a breath of a fresh air.
Crap. We're not watching that right now. But yeah, it gives you a little bit of an idea, like, how infuriating. This person hits all my specific buttons. I swear to God. My arch nemesis. I'm not good at finding stuff to react to. This is not the stuff I even like. What about, like, let's do something like polyamory or something. $28K views, yeah, no. Rant, Twisted. That's a lot of views 3 years ago. Oh shit, I didn't see this from Matt Walsh.
At Rasmussen University,
I know, that
we're
stuff's
giving
such
you
a
the
downer.
green light to earn your nursing or healthcare degree from a national...
So now we have another occasion where Sean, my producer, has enlisted me to endure psychological and emotional abuse for your
love
amusement.
We do love it. Abuse this man more, please. Like, literally.
And this time we are descending into the
Don't abuse
caverns
anybody.
of
I would
TikTok
never
again
promote violence.
to explore the polyamorous community. I'm not a COVID
I don't wanna
germaphobe
turn
by
this up
any
too
means,
much,
but this is
'cause I
one
don't wanna
occasion where, you know, a mask and especially gloves, rubber gloves might be
right.
required.
Well, if he's too loud,
so
let me know.
apparently on TikTok, a whole bunch of people are in open relationships, polyamorous relationships, and they've made videos advertising and explaining and defending their lifestyle. I find it so sad and pathetic that I don't think I can watch very many of them, but we'll watch maybe 2 or 3 of them just to see, just to get a little taste. And we'll start with an easy one. Let's look at this one here.
Oh shoot.
Just mind your business, right? Well, except that your husband's just to see. Just
I
to get
need to
a
see
little
that. I
taste.
missed
We'll
it.
start with an
I
easy
think you
one.
did
Let's
too.
look at this one here. Just mind your business, right? Well, except that your husband's sexual activity is your business. If you
Why?
don't intend to share in that
Why?
business with him, to in effect make it your business exclusively, like exclusively your business,
I don't get it.
exclusively, then
Why?
why did you marry
We
him?
didn't agree to that.
In what sense
Poly-
is this even a marriage? For what reason?
The polyamorous couple did not agree to that. Well, that's not, like, there's no automatic marriage agreement. Oh, still? Really? Thank you. I don't know what's going on there. Oh, hold on.
So now we have another occasion where gloves, rubber gloves, might be required. So apparently,
That's
I'm not
hilarious.
descending into the caverns did me to endure psychological and
Sorry,
emotional
y'all.
abuse
Start
for your
that again.
amusement. And this time we are descending into the caverns of TikTok again to explore the polyamorous community. I'm not a COVID germaphobe by any means, but this is one occasion where, you know, a mask and especially gloves, rubber gloves, might be required. So apparently on TikTok, a whole bunch of people are in open relationships, polyamorous relationships, and they've made videos advertising and explaining and defending their lifestyle. I find it so sad and pathetic that I don't think I can watch very many of them, but we'll watch maybe 2 or 3 of them just to see, just to get a little taste. And we'll start with an easy one. Let's look at this one here. Just mind your business, right? Well, except that your husband's sexual activity is your business. If you didn't intend to share in that business with him, to in effect make it your business exclusively,
but they agreed
exclusively your business,
they agreed to that.
then why did you marry him? In what sense is
because
this even a
they
marriage?
agreed.
For what reason is it a marriage? But then we go down a rabbit hole that people don't want to go down.
So that's
of course,
all
which
marriage
is, like,
is
now we gotta come up with a
owning
definition of
your
marriage.
partner, huh?
What is it exactly? And once you start doing that, then you're drawing lines, and you might find that we're excluding certain types of relationships that you would prefer to include, and that's why we don't define it at all. And now we have to call this a marriage also. You know what this is like? It's like going into business as an accountant, and then your first
Someone
client
else
sends
used
their
the
tax
word you
documents
use.
over to you,
God,
and
Matt
you go,
Walsh,
"Whoa, wait a second!
I know.
That's none of my business.
So
Your
hard.
financial information is private. Keep it to yourself."
Boundaries, Dwight, come on.
Well, yeah, it's private, but the accountant-client relationship is supposed to largely center around private information. That's the whole point. I might have lost the thread in that analogy a little bit. I don't know where I was going. I think I made a point there. I'm pretty sure. But let's keep watching.
So my husband casually dropped today that he met this chick on Bumble that's only in town for a week, so we all know what that means. So I sent him a text like, babe, live your best life. If this thing goes all night, you want to go back to her Airbnb, you want to stay so that you can hit it in the morning again. Live your best life.
I love this chick.
Why did they do it?
I love this chick. She talks like me.
Because
this is why I love you, Radar, because you're a terrible person.
But also because you put that karma in the bank and then your girl's gonna cash it out later. If you want to be good at polyamory, you have to show up for your partner the way that you want them to show up for you.
It's true.
If I had somebody roll into town, you better believe I would want my husband to step up.
So there we go. I mean, that's really it, isn't it?
Yeah, the equity of that is not something Matt's super into.
Why do you have a polyamorous relationship? What's the point of a quote unquote open marriage, which is a contradiction in terms? It's an oxymoron and
Speaking of morons, you should not use that word, Matt. You teed that up there pretty easily.
Open marriages are closed by definition. That's the point of them. But why do it? Well, because it's entirely self-serving. You know, that's the point. This is mutually agreed upon adultery. One adulterous spouse tolerates the adultery of the other spouse so that she has a license to behave the same way. It's also emotional blackmail at the same time.
No, not in a polyamorous relationship.
Again, we see how the marital union has been flipped on its head, gutted, emptied, hollowed out, rendered pointless.
And it's so
because
fun.
marriage is supposed to be a loving and sacrificial union between two people who pledge to serve one another until death. That's what marriage is. I don't know what other point it could have if it's not that. And letting your spouse sleep around so that you can also sleep around is not loving service. It's self-service.
It's not?
And there's a difference. In fact, the difference is that those two things
Well, sometimes they're the same
thing.
thing.
A few decades ago, private citizens used to be largely that, private. What's changed? Well, the internet.
Well,
Think about
the internet,
everything you browsed, searched for, watched, or tweeted. Now imagine all of that data being crawled through, collected, and aggregated by third parties into a permanent public record, your record. Having your private life exposed for others to see was once something only celebrities worried about. But in an era where everybody is online, everyone is a public figure. We're all kind of celebrities in our own right.
We all get
to keep my data private,
representation
then,
now.
I go online. I turn to ExpressVPN. Every time
Oh,
I turn ExpressVPN,
he got that ad read in on me. Oh my God, Matt.
By other
I forgot he's so good at that.
Secure yourself with the
Fuck
number
your
one
ad
key
read.
extra
We're not
months
doing your ad read.
ExpressVPN.com. But we haven't heard yet from a polyamorous man. So we've heard from the women. Let's hear from a man. I use that term loosely, of course.
Hey man, I think you should know that I saw your wife with another man. Did they have leftovers? Did they have a bag of food? Yes. Who was holding the bag? She was.
Now, I have to say, I take an exception to the fact that this is a bearded man. To see a bearded man
Love it.
cuckolding himself like this is extremely discouraging to me. It brings shame on the whole community of beardsmen. Of course, the cuckold effect.
Yeah, no, you're not. You're not in the society of beardmen, Matt.
ironic,
They rejected you, I assure you.
Pose, unconcerned that his wife is being
They
sexually
did not
satisfied by
consent.
another man.
You get back here, you make love to my wife!
All he cares about is the leftovers. Get it? He's not a lame, jealous cuckold. He's a cool, sarcastic one. That makes it all better. So there are really two options here, I think.
Matt's jealous.
One, when we talk about this guy and trying to interpret and understand what's going on. One is that you know, your wife is out with another man, and you're pretending not to be bothered by it. But
No,
really
no one's
inside,
pretending.
you're
I mean,
dying,
sometimes you have to
and
pretend.
You're eating
but
yourself alive. You're drowning.
We're not
in
pretending.
resentment and jealousy, and you hate your life.
Can we talk about this not in front of everyone?
But you're trying to convince the world, but really yourself, that you're totally fine with it. So that's possible. Or two, you've been so neutered, so thoroughly defanged and deballed that you actually don't feel anything anymore when your wife openly cheats on you.
Seeing if your husband.
Oh no, he knows.
You're a lucky dog.
I'm not sure which is worse. They're both pathetic beyond words. What I do know, though, is that I can't watch any more of these videos. So that's it.
That was like 4 videos. Who watches this shit? Y'all need to get some better anti-polyamory shit.
Then you should click right here and check out TrueGreen. With the local lawn experts that guarantee results you can see.
Yeah, no, adultery is about lies. It's about deception. Adultery isn't about what you do. I believe you can do adultery without ever sleeping or touching or doing anything with anybody.
Valuable free time trying to do it yourself. We do the hard work for you.
Absolutely.
Like cutting out those weeds, fighting your grass for nutrients. We spread high-grade fertilizer mixed specifically for your region
seriously,
and
it's not
soil
lost.
type.
Such a tool.
Aerate to cut away the thatch choking the roots of your grass. Then we don't just seed your lawn.
What
we
kind of tool is
overseed
Matt
it so it
Walsh,
grows in
guys?
Full and healthy. And we don't just do lawns. We offer tree and shrub care as well as pest control to say goodbye to mosquitoes and hello.
A very
My lawn
dull
needed help.
one.
I tried everything I knew to fix
Is there
it, but
a
I just didn't have the time.
dull,
Green
dumb
did an
tool?
amazing job, and now I get compliments on it all the time.
I feel like Jib would have something really good to say if he wasn't working.
Start today and you can get 50% off your first service. You can bundle lawn care, tree and shrub care, and pest control to save. Kick back and watch that old patchy brown dust bowl of a yard turn into the greenest, healthiest lawn possible. Go live life outside and let the TrueGreen experts handle the rest. Click right here to learn more. Schedule your first visit today.
Assalamu alaikum. This is an urgent appeal for the people of Yemen. The suffering in Yemen right now is truly unimaginable.
Oh shoot, sorry
79%
guys.
of the
There's been some really great Dr. K videos that I found too. Oh god, Blair White's new Pick Me shit. What kind of a tool is Matt Walsh? not good at responding to the right-wing people. I'm better at responding to crappy left-wingers. Do I have anyone to go after right now? We could do the... Do I feel like being... How much longer do I feel like being here? Because I do want to do... Or can I be here? Because I do... Oh, I want to talk about the flowers debate. I want to do the Mosh flowers debate. Maybe we can do that one tomorrow. I can try to get some other stuff lined up to react to. Maybe we can pull up Twitter or something. Okay. I need to have something going. Polyamory. We could do a Jubilee, but I believe they like to copyright people. Joe Rogan, 5 years ago. I wonder what he thinks. Nothing good. You're right. We could do this one.
We've moved so far away from the Constitution that, in many ways,
we live in a world where the idea of love is fed by a happily ever after.
True.
Our perception of
That's
what
the
should
whole
and
thing
should
that the
not
American
be
dream is built on.
completely
We all want
skewed
it,
by
huh?
what we have learned in media. The typical pattern of intense passion and emotions, a conflict that makes us fight for that God-forsaken love, and then the resolution of being together forever. We see any romantic or sexual interests outside of that relationship as immoral, and that we must constrain ourselves for this one love for the rest of our lives. But is there such a thing as your one and only love? Is it not possible to love
maybe.
more than one soul?
Only no.
This question has resulted in cheating, divorce, resentment, conflicts, and a lot of lying. Is monogamy the only way to be in a loving relationship? More and more people are finding healthy relationships inside consensual, non-monogamous relationships. In actuality, the cultures that only accept monogamous relationships are in the minority worldwide. According to a paper in the Journal of Evolutionary Biology, 83% of societies allow polygamy. At Psych2Go, we're bringing you the 8 signs polyamory may be right for you. The first sign is that you have always felt limited and confined in conventional relationships. It's not the person you're with that's making you feel confined, it's the situation. Have you ever felt like you're
Yeah, I always find it so sad when people are like, oh, I just feel confined. Like, I gotta go discover me. I've gotta go, like those confines are put on you by your partner and your expectations of how things should be, theirs, all these things.
no longer acting as an individual, but always thinking about being faithful to your partner. And you can't help but think, does this come from a place of love, freedom, and security? Or does it come from a place of ownership, jealousy, and fear? Sign number 2 is that you learn so much about yourself through others.
Yes.
Relationships are fun, yes, but they are also incredible opportunities to learn and explore different aspects of your
100%. Like, how can you find out what you like if you don't experience things? Like, some people don't get this much fulfillment from other people, but I do, and I always have. And that's why I always felt confined, because I have enough to give multiple people. And that's another reason about the confinement. Like, it feels like you have so much to give and no one to give it to. If you're, like, at least that's how I felt. And you know.
Yourself. Each person is a universe, and both negative and positive experiences that we venture in with them are a journey to learning and growing individually as a person. If you are limited to only one relationship, there may be aspects of yourself you are neglecting. Sign number 3 is that you are the kind of person who feels energized by other people.
Yes.
Does diving into experiences with people outside of your primary relationship nurture, energize, and refresh you? Do you feel energized and refreshed after you have an innocent yet perhaps a little flirtatious coffee with someone from the opposite sex whilst in a relationship? This does not have to imply any
Exactly. Like, what? So then that's like the slippery slope. Like, ooh, like, no, like, make your agree on what can happen and what can't happen. And like, people like to push boundaries. It's a thing that people like to do. And the more you tell them not to, the more they're going to do it. I'm not touching you, I guess. I don't know.
Physical engagement. An innocent lunch date is enough. In a polyamorous relationship, you are free to flirt, have fun, and share your experiences with other people in any way you desire. Sign 4 is that you like to constantly challenge yourself in order to grow. The most common reason for people rejecting an open relationship is jealousy. They would rather not deal with the intensity of jealous feelings they would get with the very imagination of their partner engaging with someone else. But what if polyamory will teach you to be less jealous and to love with complete freedom? Would this not be like taking an entire weight off of your shoulders?
This is probably my last one,
This experience, while still being a very difficult one, will teach you to love someone. Fear, jealousy, and possession are not things that come from a place of love. Consider it a love boot camp.
Correct. None of those places
Sign
come
number
from
5.
love. They come from your personal insecurities. It's all insecurities. I know it doesn't seem like it, but why else would you happen to monopolize someone's time to the point where you have nothing to do with that time? Nothing to do with that time, and yet you still get to monopolize their time to that degree? No, monopolies are bad, people. All monopolies. All monopolies are bad, says the anarchist. Yes, it's true.
Is that communication and honesty are very important things for you. You can't stand lying about anything, and let's be honest, most people feel
Oh my
safer
God,
not admitting
I'm
to their
the
partners
same
that they might be
way. Yes, I don't like lying about anything. That is so true. Like, I know it sounds stupid, like, oh, I'm so honest. But like, yeah, I literally, like, why? Like, I don't like to watch. So like, I've been hyper vigilant and had to watch what I say my whole life because I don't have a huge like a very solid sense of privacy like I do now, but I never did. And yeah, it's hard to keep track of like what I'm supposed to say, what I'm not supposed to say. I used to have to tell people, like, if you don't want me to say something, you need to tell me. If you don't want me to repeat something, I need you to tell me, just in case, because I was so bad at picking up on that stuff. So like, yeah, it's really a game changer for me. Absolutely.
interested in or attracted to someone else. They may also not feel safe about telling their partner about certain friendships for fear of jealousy. You are the kind of person who would rather be open about these difficult topics and feel safe in approaching them with your partner. You think it's best and healthier to tackle the situation and finding a compromise that makes you both happy. If there is something forbidden to us, we will only want it more. If we feel free to be with somebody else, then the initial excitement of that forbidden fruit.
Exactly. Y'all out here cheating? Like,
Sign number 6.
All you monogamous people out here cheating? Like, come on, man. Like, there's a world in which you don't have to hurt anybody's feelings. And you can get all that you want out of everything. Man, I got
is
so
that you don't like living life by
distracted,
society's
I didn't
rules
hit enter.
and tend to question everything.
Hit play.
You are not one to follow social constructs of what should and should not be. You often find yourself questioning these impositions made on us. Polyamory is instantly rejected by society and almost seen as a threat to normal relationships and normal family life. However, you prefer to
not,
live
though.
an experience for yourself before deciding your opinion on something.
Especially with having kids. Why is it bad that a kid has more parents? Let a kid have more parents. Let it, like, it takes a village. I'm sorry, it just does.
As opposed to following everybody else like a sheep. Sign number 7 is that you trust your love and connection with this person more than anything. You don't think that seeing someone else could possibly take away from your love and devotion to your partner. If anything, it might even strengthen your appreciation for them. If the connection you have is authentic, then it is really hard for that to just go away with the introduction of someone new.
It doesn't, like...
Sometimes we just enjoy...
For someone in a healthy polyamorous relationship... Oh my god, I have to listen to that again. Sorry.
Your love and devotion to your partner. If anything, it might even strengthen your appreciation for them. If the connection you have is authentic, then it is really hard for that to just go away with the introduction of someone new.
Yeah, it's like, as long as you're filling available space on your plate, I think... right? But I mean, it takes, like... So yeah, my one relationship doesn't affect my relationship with my partner. As long as you're filling available space in your life, there should be no reason that these things affect each other. I mean, I could see a scenario in which perhaps like your primary partner wants more, but your secondary partner wants more of your time and you want to give it to them, or you want to give it, then you decide you want to give it to your secondary partner because they maybe want to have kids with you. Like, life can happen, but this is what communication is for.
Sometimes we just enjoy someone new in our lives, but that does not mean we want them to ever replace our partner. And finally, sign number 8 is that you are aware that we can love more than one person and feel attracted to more than one person. If we learn to...
People do it all the time. What's the difference? Like, when you... Okay, so there's this thing called compersion. And basically compersion is the idea that other people's joy is your joy. Making other, like, not that you need validation from other people, nothing like that, just that your joy, not your worth, not your validation, not anything else, you know, that you just take so much joy in other people's happiness. It makes you just so happy, and sharing in that process makes you happy. Like, if my boyfriend said that he found a date, I would be so excited. I need him to get out and meet people and use the time that he's not spending with me to go do things. I just don't understand the threat of it. And if someone's going to be that threatened that they're just going to leave you when they get another relationship, then maybe they aren't the kind of, person for you. Or maybe you need to make sure you find another. So that, you're balancing out everybody's needs.
Accept that one person cannot fulfill every desire that we have, then we will immediately resent our partner less and appreciate them more. If we decide to allow ourselves and our partners to fulfill things we can't through someone else, we are making them happy, and that, my friend, is love. Thank you for watching this video, and hopefully these signs helped you see if you'd potentially be open for a polyamorous relationship, or if you're more happy in a monogamous one. Let us know if any of these signs relate to you in the comments, and any videos you might like to see next.
Yeah, exactly. It's incredibly selfish. Right, I've got 2 of these left. I'm losing steam. I've got to design this quilt before I can do anything else anyway. So we'll find like one more thing, like 10-ish minutes. Um, oh, the liberal cook. Yeah, that's right. Teal Swan. Is she pro or anti? Huh.
Because what you will find is a general trend. Before we dive into this topic,
I don't know who this
you should
is.
know that anything I present in this video is just the most minuscule tip of the iceberg. I am presenting the itty-bitty tip of what could be books upon libraries.
That's true. Okay. We'll watch this just in case it's.
That you have been indoctrinated to believe.
It's
So
actually.
let's start with this curveball. Human beings are not a naturally monogamous
Not
species.
that one.
And you must be very, very careful to triple check and question the information presented by experts that say otherwise. Because what you will find as a general trend is that those studying human nature, this includes scientists, tend to project their own beliefs, practices, and preferences onto what they are observing. And even more so, they tend to validate the beliefs, practices, and preferences of whatever regime just so happens to be sponsoring them.
Oh, I gotta put my stuff back on, huh? What did I miss?
Cultural changes that occurred thousands of years ago made the true story of human sexuality so threatening that for centuries, it has been turned against by government authorities, warred against by moralizing religions, covered over by scientists and anthropologists, pathologized by doctors and psychologists, and denied by everyone. Except it hasn't worked. Despite the thousands of years
Exactly.
waged against human biology, specifically in order to make them behave in a monogamous way,
Yeah.
what we find is not that people have become monogamous. Instead, they practice serial pair bonding. They strive endlessly with fidelity. And
Serial pair bonding with trouble with fidelity. That's exactly like I'm sorry, I totally agree that humans are not wired for monogamy. I think humans are wired for non-monogamy, and we have reasons that we have decided against it.
they are endlessly hypocritical with regards to what they profess versus how they actually behave. Just think of the conservative politician who preaches monogamous morals and who risks his entire reputation, his family, and his career by hiring a hooker. Or a culture that professes that sex is a pure act that should only take place within marriage and only for the purpose of procreation. But at the same time boasts the highest rate of porn subscription
especially.
in the nation.
Yep.
Rather than take you down this rabbit hole today, think about this. If monogamy were, in fact, a natural characteristic of the human species, the intense reinforcement of it would not be necessary. No being needs to be threatened by law, religions, cultural taboo, media, or experts across various fields, with things like public shaming, ostracization, loss, punishment, or death, to act in accordance with its own innate nature. The discussion around innate human nature set aside, we should instead explore this idea of polyamory from the understanding that polyamory is not just a lifestyle choice that people make. Polyamory can be either a lifestyle choice or an orientation. It can also be both.
Oh,
think about
yes.
polyamory as a potential
Correct.
orientation when it very much is. And just like it was for homosexuals throughout history, polyamorous individuals find themselves in a massive conundrum.
Correct.
Polyamory means many love.
What monogamy's fine, I guess, but it shouldn't be the default.
Emotional and/or romantic and/or sexual relationships with more than one partner at the same time. This being the case, all relationships in the individual's life are technically open.
Yeah.
Most people who are polyamorous
Yeah.
with the term polyamory.
Every other relationship is open.
Non-monogamy. For the sake of this conversation, however, let's say that it is possible to be polyamorous in a fully conscious way that does not harm others, that is done with the full consent of all involved. It is also possible to practice it in an unconscious way that hurts others and that is not done with the full consent of all involved. The pain that polyamorous individuals...
I should probably just stop saying correct, like I'm like
any of the forms
some messiah up here. Fucking trying to save everybody from bullshit by saying one word.
Polyamory is a term that most people have a negative association with. The world has become monogamy normative.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Despite the extreme discrepancy between people professing monogamy and actually practicing it, in today's world, monogamy is absolutely assumed. The same way that heterosexuality was assumed in decades past.
Yep, still
monogamy is assumed to be what is natural, what is healthy, what is moral, what is ethical, what is right, and therefore the only way to have a relationship that is secure, ethical, and successful. Monogamy is definitely seen as the superior way to practice partnership. Polyamory is demoralized, discriminated against, stigmatized, and also pathologized. And in today's world, polyamorous individuals face things such as the loss of their jobs, ostracization, and discrimination by society, culture and family, losing children by courts using it against them in custody proceedings, false accusations, and even losing their lives in some places. Polyamory is not a legally recognized or protected status. If a person has multiple partners, they cannot legally marry them. And in today's world, that
which
comes
really
with
makes me mad.
many negative consequences. We can only hope that the youth of today usher in a complete shift to the standard model of relationships that changes this for polyamorous individuals.
Okay, this is going to sound a little nuts, but the fastest and easiest way to make
Wow, this lady's so good, I don't even have to say anything.
Polyamorous communities have a whole set of terminology unique to them, and there is tons of disagreement in polyamorous groups regarding this terminology. In this same vein, something that many people don't know is that there are many different forms of polyamory. I can't introduce you to all of them in such a small amount of time, but let's look at some of the most common forms of consensual polyamory that a person might choose to practice. 1. A V. This is a relationship where one person is in a relationship with two people who are not sexually or romantically involved with each other. 2.
That would be us.
This is a network-style interrelationship where there is an integration of multiple people into one group.
Someone else has the kids.
These really strong emphasis on open communication and friendship, or more, between all partners involved. 3. Parallel polyamory. This is a form of polyamory where relationships run parallel but don't usually interact. In this arrangement, a person has multiple romantic or sexual partners, but those partners, though aware of each other, are not involved in each other's lives. 4. Non-hierarchical polyamory. This is where a person has more than one simultaneous relationship without hierarchy being imposed and without a ranking system in those relationships. In today's world, most relationships come with a kind of hierarchy that's implied or imposed. For example, in most monogamous relationships, one's romantic sexual partner enjoys more importance, more status, more prioritization, more power and privilege than other people in that person's life. In non-hierarchical polyamory, the mentality is one of everyone is loved and valued equally, everyone is important and has an equal say, but every relationship is unique, irreplaceable, and valuable in a different way. 5. Hierarchical polyamory. This is where there is a defined ranking system amongst romantic and sexual relationships. Some relationships are considered more important than others, and thus some people in the relationship experience things like more importance, more status, more prioritization, more power and more privilege than others. Many of these groups use the terms primary, secondary, and third or tertiary, etc., to describe these various levels of hierarchy within the group. 6.
Yep.
A monopoly relationship. This is a relationship where one person in a partnership identifies as monogamous and the other identifies as polyamorous. The polyamorous partner establishes emotional, romantic, and or sexual relationships in addition to their relationship with the monogamous person, but the monogamous person does not. 7. A polyintimate relationship. This is a relationship where one or both people in a relationship are sexually exclusive with each other. However, they are emotionally polyamorous with other people in ways that a typical monogamous relationship would not tolerate and would most likely call emotional cheating. 8.
Yeah.
Swinging. This is a
Yeah, there was a Reddit "Am I the Asshole" post I read a little while ago. The guys were like, the comments were like digging on this guy because he didn't want to go out and watch movies or go out to dinner, and his wife and their neighbor would go out on dates basically, and everyone in there's like, oh, you know what's happening, dude. Like, maybe it wasn't happening though. Like, there are situations where this is a normal thing, and it's okay for this to be a normal thing if it's agreed upon, right?
Relationship where couples engage in sexual activity with other couples, individuals, or groups. 9. A polyfidelitous relationship. This is where 3 or more people are in a relationship, but their relationship is closed to any additional people. 10. An open relationship. This is a relationship where one or both people in a relationship have sexual or romantic relationships outside of their primary partnership. 11. Solo polyamory. This is where a person seeks
This is me. This is me.
agency that is not normally experienced in a couple or a group lifestyle. They maintain a lifestyle that is more comparable to a singles lifestyle, where they have the autonomy to choose to have romantic/sexual relationships with multiple people at the same time without seeking permission from others.
Correct. I still say I'm single. That's to the point where I feel like I'm a solo monogamy person.
12. Relationship.
I don't want anyone to tell me who I can and cannot date, where I can and cannot go. You express to me that you need my time. Like, that's fine. We can work that out. But ultimately, I won't respond to any kind of demands on my time like that. Oh my gosh. We're just gonna chill for the last 5 minutes.
Or value of their sexual or romantic partners over the other people in their life, such as friends or colleagues or whatever. And they don't believe sexual and romantic relationships should be prioritized over all other forms of love. Polyamory tends to be much more flexible than the standard model of relationships, so you could find almost any kind of multi-person arrangement in a polyamorous dynamic. Long story short, it's complicated. This is why when it comes to understanding polyamory, one of the most important terms to know is polycule. The word polycule is used to refer to the whole network itself. This word is a portmanteau of poly and molecule. The reason being that all the possible relationship configurations tend to resemble charts of the chemical structures of molecules. You will find that groups and networks larger than 4 people often simply use the word polycule to describe their network.
Those,
specifics of the
yeah,
unique,
those charts of use be
relationships
absolutely
between
correct.
all people involved can get complicated. Alternatively, you may hear them being called constellations as well. Polyamory is where the human species came from, and it is also where the human species is headed in the future. That does not mean that people are ready for polyamory, and it does not mean that polyamory will solve the avalanche of relationship problems we are having as a human race. You can be a relationship idiot and be monogamous. You can be a relationship idiot and be heterosexual. You can be a relationship idiot and be homosexual. You can be a relationship idiot and be bisexual. You can be a relationship idiot and be pansexual. You can be a relationship idiot and be asexual. You can also be a relationship idiot and be polyamorous. We must master relationships, regardless of who we choose to have those relationships with and in what configuration. And believe me, that is no small task. Also, the fact that polyamory is where we came from and where we are going does not mean that it is right for all people, or that people should just start practicing polyamory. You cannot just discount the reality of the effect that thousands of years' worth of belief in and enforcement of monogamy has had on the people. You cannot deny the fact that this is a world that is organized by and around a monogamous mentality, and that almost all people are still governed, even on a subconscious level, by that mentality, and this includes you. You cannot undo the effect that all of this has had on you and on society and on everything with a snap of your fingers. You cannot just erase the fact that you live in a world where monogamy is still the unchallenged social construct, and where not conforming to that construct absolutely comes with negative consequences. You cannot deny that changing society so that it is no longer based on the structure of a monogamous relationship or on a single-family household is a massive undertaking with many inherent challenges. And you cannot deny that both monogamy and polyamory come with their own unique set of benefits and their own unique set of challenges. People should choose what challenges are right for themselves to sign up for, in exchange for what they are wanting. Given that more and more people in the younger generations are choosing a polyamorous lifestyle, I will be teaching more about it as time goes on. But no matter what you yourself choose, at the very least, polyamory needs to be destigmatized. Polyamory needs to be recognized as an orientation, not just a lifestyle choice, and those who choose to practice it in a conscious, consensual way deserve to be supported
I agree.
by the
I 100%
families,
agree that
cultures,
it's an
and
orientation.
societies that they live in. Have a good week. If you liked this video, be sure to hit the like button, subscribe to my channel, and consider sharing this video with your friends.
Oh boy, I am tired. And so is my bed partner. Probably be back tomorrow night, I'm hoping, maybe. Gotta design this thing next.